Boy, that's quick. Good afternoon. We are here for a study session on proclamations in the city of Salina and the city commission, and I will turn it over to city manager Mike Scragg.
Thank you, Mayor. As you and the commissioners know, this has been kind of a topic for a while, and as proclamations have come up, questions generally arise for years now. You discussed it in strategic planning, and you've discussed it as we talked about transitioning the number of meetings and just kind of our meeting format. And while proclamations may seem like an easy topic, it gets complicated pretty quickly when you start to talk about free speech and government speech. So Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy's done quite a bit of work looking at what other communities in Kansas do, looking at options and the elements of that. And then the City Legal Counsel, Greg Bankston's been involved as it relates to kind of the nuances of free speech and government speech. So need to give Sean a little bit of license to defer to Greg as needed, depending on the question and the topic. But with that, I'll turn it over to Sean Hennessy, and we'll dive in and expect we'll have some quite a bit of conversation coming out of this.
Hello, Commissioners. Sean Hennessy, Assistant City Manager. Just to give you a little bit, I'm going to cover some of the broader overview topics. Then the City Attorney, Greg Bankston, is going to go into a bit more detail about two of the most important cases on this topic. And then we'll get to a point where we can discuss several of the different options. Really, the goal of this is to get your input and your guidance on where you'd like to go with this, to present you with some of the, frankly, advantages and disadvantages of the different approaches. There really is no guaranteed route to go. You have fairly broad discretion, but there are certain guardrails that have to be in place from a legal standpoint. Greg will talk about that more, and I'll talk about that more when we get to the options section. So I'd like to start off with, if you go ahead and go to the next slide. Oh, well.
Slide guy just took off.
Absent at his post. This will go on his record. So this, again, just gives you a little bit of the idea of the structure. We'll be going through that. So we've had a long-standing awards and proclamation segment on the agenda for quite some time. I believe today we have 4. We had 4 last time. And historically, these have been fairly non-controversial topics. The issue, one of the things that we're facing is what if there is a topic that is brought up that either it's 50-50 division, or you have 99.8% of the public is opposed to that particular standpoint, because we have not put really almost any guardrails. Really the only structure that we've adopted for proclamations in the past has been in regards to they're not supposed to be recognizing an individual. That's the only really restriction we've placed on the past. So as these have gone on, and so if you want to submit a proposed proclamation, they are supposed to be prepared from the perspective of the mayor, and then read during the city commission meeting by a representative of the organization or association, and then signed by the mayor. We don't really take an examination of the product or the stance or anything like that, and so the concern has been, for example, while there may be those 50-50 topics, there actually is a flat earth society. I mean, some people are surprised to do that. 99.8% of the people are going to agree the earth is a sphere. However, this very small segment of people will insist that the earth is flat. And so the issue is, there's a concern that if they wanted to have a proclamation issued declaring that the earth is flat, are people going to view this as an endorsement of that stance by the city commission? So that's one of the concerns and the views from that. We'll present a number of different options that are available to you as we go forward with that. As I mentioned, we had very few restrictions other than really only limiting it to not identifying one specific individual. So as we go through these options, I think it's going to be important to keep in mind that what we've done so far is allow a very open approach to our proclamations, and historically they have not been very controversial. However, they could be in the future, and so what we want to make sure is just give you the options so that you can do that selection between them. The proclamations right now are issued, and as I said, they are viewed as coming from the, quote, mayor. Now, as you all know very well, the mayor shifts every year. It's more of a ceremonial position. However, there is that perception that people may come that this is an actual endorsement either from the individual mayor or from the entire collective city commission as a whole. So that may just be the impression from that, even if that is not the actual intent of what has been in the past. The issues that really come into this, and this is what Greg is going to talk about quite a bit more, is really how you differentiate between the free speech clause and allowing free speech. We certainly allow free speech when it comes to citizens' comments, our public input on the individual topics, as well as at the end of the time. But then the issue is, have we created essentially a free speech forum for people to speak at this? And if we're going to do that, how could you limit some of those more extreme positions, such as the Flat Earth Society? That is where you get into the issue of what's called the government speech. And Greg will talk about this in much more detail, where another example I could give, it's an extreme example, I realize, but if the American Nazi Party came and wanted to have a proclamation, certainly it would be abhorrent to almost everyone here, but then what is the structure that we can have in order to say, no, you're not going to get an endorsement of the American Nazi Party here? And that's one of the most critical things. And that's where we get into the issue of government speech. As far as you as an elected body do not have to endorse in any and every stance. That's not your current intent with proclamations, but again, the concern is in some of these extreme cases, people may attempt to leverage this to utilize it for their own public advantage. Additionally, there is the issue of just the amount of staff time, and we'll talk about all the advantages and disadvantages, the different options, after we get through the discussion of the legal topics. And looks like I managed to catch Greg right because he was clearing his throat, but I'm going to let him handle these, and so I'll hand it over to him.
Thank you, Mr. Hennessy. Mayor and Commissioners, if you have any questions as I go along, please don't hesitate to stop me. There are two cases that we wanted to speak about specifically. One is of a very more of a general nature. It is decided by the United States Supreme Court. The second is a very specific case involving in that case the Board of Commissioners of a county in Florida and how their federal district court there in Florida dealt with a matter involving a proclamation. All of these situations start with an invitation by the governing body for the public to in some way participate in the government's program, whether that is an example being your Citizens Forum. The City of Salina invites the public to request proclamations. The form of invitation that occurred in this first case, it's the Shurtleff versus City of Boston case decided by the United States Supreme Court in 2022, was a program whereby there are three flagpoles in front of the Boston City Hall. One of them carries the United States flag, another one carries the state of Massachusetts flag, and thirdly, kind of the default flag is the city flag, but if a citizens group wants to have a ceremony, a flag-raising ceremony of some kind, they may do so with that third flagpole. The case developed when a group there in Boston wanted to have such a ceremony and raise a flag recognizing the contributions of the Christian community with a Christian flag. The situation that developed was that was refused based on the concern of the person in the organization that was responsible for kind of overseeing these ceremonies, scheduling and such. When he became concerned that that might potentially violate the Establishment Clause in the First Amendment, which, as you know, prohibits the enactment of laws relating to the establishment of religion. Well, that resulted in a suit and that group alleging that their First Amendment rights had been violated. We'll now go to the rules that the court laid out as the United States Supreme Court dealt with that question. The first point that they make is relating to government speech. The government must be able to decide what to say and what not to say when it states an opinion, speaks for the community, formulates policies, or implements programs. That's the essence of government speech, and why it is, whether it's this governing body or at whatever level of government, has the opportunity to take those positions publicly. Now, as it points out, that can get a little blurred when the government has invited public participation in that process. And there again, that's what puts the issue before it, the matter, and that is whether it's intended to regulate the private expression that has been invited, or whether it's intended to lead to a form of government speech. The court went on in terms of those rules to the next page, I think. It tells us that the courts have looked at several types of evidence to guide that analysis. The history of the expression at issue, the public's likely perception as to who is speaking, and the extent to which the government has actively shaped or controlled the expression. The key issue, as the court indicated, is whether Boston shaped or controlled the flag's content and meaning, which would tend to show that Boston intended to convey the flag's message as its own. They go on to say that the most salient feature, as they made their decision, the most salient feature is that Boston neither actively controlled the flag raisings nor shaped the messages of the flags being flown. While Boston told the public that it sought to accommodate all applicants who wished to hold events at Boston's public forums. And in fact, that was their practice, but as the court noted, that was their practice until the petitioner's request. That is what led the court to the conclusion that Boston's lack of meaningful involvement in the selection of flags or the crafting of their messages led the court to classify the third-party flag raisings as private, not government speech. The result of that, as you can imagine, is that when the government does not speak for itself, it may not exclude private speech based upon religious viewpoint, which was the facts of this case, and that doing so constitutes impermissible viewpoint discrimination. So that's what we can learn from the Boston case, and as indicated in the PowerPoint and Mr. Hennessy's previous comments, it would seem that the structure under which the city of Salina has conducted its proclamation program for as long as I can remember and am aware, it's my opinion that it would fall under that regulation of private speech rather than government speech. One quick point of clarification. As you may have noted, the court's concern was that Boston was involved in impermissible viewpoint discrimination. One distinction to keep in mind as we have this conversation and you all direct where you might wish to go is to keep in mind the distinction between topic and viewpoint. You have conducted public forums where the topic was specified, whether that police matters, homeless matters, those topical limitations can be put in place. It's referred to as a limited public forum. Those can be conducted. The concern is when you are regulating viewpoint under a specific topic. As we move on to the more specific case, that's the Bloomberg versus St. John County case. On the far end of the spectrum in terms of judicial procedure, we're not at the Supreme Court level. We are literally at the step in the procedure where the plaintiff has filed a complaint and the defendant has filed a motion to dismiss. And our research led us to what seemed to be the most specific case of where a local governing body was dealing with a proclamation. And in this case, we're successful in establishing that it was government speech. And as a result, the court granted that motion to dismiss, again at the federal district court level, but nonetheless, that was the end of the case in this particular situation. The facts of that case, you have the chair of the Board of County Commissioners choosing not to place a particular proclamation requested by the plaintiff. Plaintiff alleged a violation of freedom of speech and equal protection under both the United States First and 14th Amendments. As you might be aware, the 14th is what makes the federal law applicable at the state level. And also the Florida Constitution was at issue here. One significant fact, the language of the order indicates that the board or the chair customarily made the decision whether to place a proclamation on the agenda, and that the board votes on the proclamations. Again, as you look at the applicable rules that the court laid out, it depends on, or the issue is whether the county was involved in government speech or private speech. Now, this decision came down shortly. They were both in 22, but this decision came down shortly before the Boston case was ruled upon. So they referred to a slightly different test. As they put it, though the Supreme Court has not articulated a precise test to determine what constitutes government speech versus private speech, it has previously based its analysis on three factors: the history of the type of speech, whether there's the appearance of government endorsement of the message conveyed, and whether the government maintains control over the message conveyed, which you'll recognize as being very similar to what the Boston case told us as well. Moving to the court's decision, the court observed that historically the past proclamations have included an elected official signing it. It was stated in the first person. There was a place for it to be signed. The court went on to observe that by choosing whether to place certain proclamations on the agenda, the government maintains control over the message conveyed, even if the message was originally crafted by a private citizen. The court went on to conclude that all three of the factors weighed in favor of finding that it was government speech, and went on to say that neither the decision to place the particular proclamation on the agenda for a vote, nor the decision not to issue the proclamation, neither of those actions inhibited the plaintiff's First Amendment rights. essentially because it met the test of being government speech. That led to the next slide indicating that in my analysis, I do believe that if the commission chooses, you can certainly transition the city's structure to constitute government speech. That's going to probably be the first question that you will want to address as you look to which way you attempt to lawfully structure your program. Because you are somewhat, or you are either in or out. You're either in a government speech context and following the rules there, or you're not, and you're carefully regulating the First Amendment rights that are inherent in a scenario much like your current program. Now, as far as the government speech, if you look at Black's Law Dictionary, it defines a proclamation as a formal public announcement made by the government. The government speech doctrine establishes that the government may advance its speech without requiring viewpoint neutrality, when the government itself is the speaker. Thus, when the state, or in our case, the city, is the speaker, it may make content-based choices. The United States Supreme Court has recognized that the government must be able to decide what to say and what not to say when it states an opinion, speaks for the community, formulates policies, or implements programs. Now, the next segment speaks to the process necessary for the government speech approach. The City of Boston case tells us that the key element is the extent to which the city as a local government has actively shaped or controlled the expression, and whether the city intends for the message to be its own. I go on in the PowerPoint to characterize our local government structure, and not to belabor that unnecessarily, but a distinction that we have to be watchful for is to direct you to what I would refer to as if you choose to go with to make your program, your proclamation program, constitute government speech. I've outlined what I believe to be the safe harbor, if you will. And that is affected by, even in contrast with some other Kansas cities. As you all know, the city of Salina is governed under the commission manager form of government. We have 5 elected commissioners at large, and the annual election of a chair who presides over your meeting, has the title of mayor, and serves in that role not only in the meeting but for ceremonial purposes also. By contrast, some cities have mayors that are separately elected, sometimes with certain administrative authority. It's a distinction that we have to keep in mind, and that leads me to the thought and the recommendation that if you wish to undertake your proclamation program as a manifestation of government speech, I do think it's the safest course for the governing body to be involved, whether it be on whether a particular proclamation is placed on your agenda, or if placed in the normal course, that you vote on that. That, I think, despite the fact it might be invited from the public, despite it might be their private authorship, when you all undertake it, consider it, vote on it, I don't think anyone could suggest that it's anything other than government speech. I should probably ask if there are any questions. I want to turn it back to Mr. Hennessy, of course, as he would discuss the options that are before you.
How would the vote to place it on the agenda, would it occur like at a previous meeting? Because would that still have to be public?
It would have to be public, and I think you're correct. It would have to somehow anticipate the opportunity for that to come up on a future agenda. So,
I'm speculating, but it might actually be a two-step process. Topically, you may initially concur with prepare a proclamation, and then as the proclamation is prepared by an outside party, you as an individual or as a governing body may have an opinion about individual whereas clauses. So it's not out of the realm of possibility to get that preliminary indication, yes, we'll entertain the topic, and then a final vote based on the actual proclamation.
And if that vote was taken and approved, then that would be the official city stance.
that's correct. That is the outcome of that process. And it would be the question of a majority vote, like most matters that you all deal with.
Is it just a semantic difference to recognize a holiday and proclaim such and such a week as, I'm just going to peg out Engineers Week? Are the verbs the same, or does one imply that the city is taking some action because of this endorsement? I mean, it's
I don't know about taking an action,
Yeah, or-
but taking a position, maybe?
a position, right? If we encourage our citizens to thank
Engineers.
engineers, right? I don't see anybody objecting to that, but
I think as we all well know by now, it's not so much the easy one, it's the analogous hard one that becomes kind of the decision point. And I'm not thinking of a good example, but I'm sure there's one out there that they would equate it to.
I'll throw an obvious one out there. The KKK comes in and
Sure.
hey, this is KKK Founders Week. We could recognize, yes, this is KKK Founders Week. It's another thing to say the city of Salina recognizes this and encourages, citizens to go thank a KKK member or something, But, one's just a simple,
But
this is what it is. You can pull it off the newspaper, what happened today, 50 years ago, as opposed to the city of Salina really encourages citizens to recognize this and do something.
Well, and I do think, and I'm repeating what Mr. Bankson said, but if you're willing to go through the process, you could endorse the easy ones and deny the obviously offensive ones, but then there's going to be some difficult ones in the middle, as it could be as well.
So then every commission might then have a different response for the same event, probably every other year, I guess it would be.
Yeah, it depends on the topic, but it's certainly a possibility.
And I guess Mr. Hennessy was talking about the Flat Earth Society. Uniquely, this is Earth Day. Current events we see on the news every day, the pro-Hamas demonstrations and the death to Israel. Under the current situation, if someone wanted to come and proclaim victory to Hamas, Palestine,
Well,
we would have to accept that.
An actual example was turning the overhead structures blue and yellow in support of Ukraine, and I think we may have done that thinking that was a no-brainer and then got questioned about that after the fact.
But it's different when we turn them purple for K-State, right?
Well, it's you hate to make it overly complex, but it easily goes there. And I do think Mr. Bankson's correct. A key or maybe a first decision point is whether you wish to transition to a government speech approach. That's one of the options that's identified in the talking points before, but I think that is kind of a fork in the road?
My answer would be no. I think that opens up a lot of issues, and also a lot more time involved in staffing that through,
And at the governing
and
body
the governing
level.
body, and if it's a, like you said, if it's a, I think Mayor Longbine said something about it becomes the city stance or statement, and I'm not sure that some of those are the stance or statement of the entire community, you know? So.
Well, and that, I apologize for continuing to interrupt, and I think it's touched on in here, but if you take that approach, I think you're going to find yourself having to take stances on things that are out of our normal course of business.
Yeah, and I'll just say it, a year ago when I made headlines in not supporting the Gay Pride Proclamation, it came across like I had no right to not accept that. And, well, we do have rights. And it caused division. But I can assure you the support I received was much, much greater than the negative comments. And I think in respect to working together and moving forward as a city, there's a lot of things we need to just stay out of.
And I will say also, Commissioners, that's one of the things we'll talk about here in the options. If you have any more questions, let me know. Otherwise, I can start going into them, because there is a time, place, and manner restrictions. I call that more of the administrative restrictions, not policy restrictions. That would be limitations on the number of proclamations and, only so many per year or otherwise. But again, that's not by topic. That's the key difference is you have a free speech forum, which is essentially what we've had. If you want to transition to regulate the content of the proclamations, then there's going to have to be that structure in place in order to ensure that it would survive any challenge in order to be considered as that government speech.
If I may, I might add, and again, I want to be careful to be sure that I clearly identify which lane I'm speaking of. If we're shifting and anticipating potentially continuing in the current lane, where we are simply addressing, or the program involves an invitation for free speech, Mr. Hennessy's correct, those are subject to time, place, and manner sorts of restrictions. But because we are in the protected First Amendment area, those regulations will undergo what's called strict scrutiny. There are generally 3 levels of scrutiny as to anything you all might be doing. Your normal day-to-day business, as long as there is a rational nexus between what you're regulating and your position on that works. When you get into the speech area, there's an intermediate level of scrutiny that applies generally to commercial speech. When we're talking about true First Amendment protected speech, the review by the courts will be in that what's called strict scrutiny category. That is where there has to be a compelling state, or in this case, city interest. And those regulations have to be narrowly tailored in fulfillment of whatever that compelling interest is. You have an example of that in your rules as far as public participation in your meetings. You may recall those are laid out in terms of identifying the compelling public interest of assuring that you can conduct your meetings in an orderly, businesslike, civil fashion. And each of the restrictions are tied back to that compelling interest, so that when we did that, the effort was to put you in the most defensible position as far as the enforceability of those rules. We would be in that same environment here on any time, place, and manner restrictions. Mr. Hennessy's correct. When we're outside the government speech or in First Amendment regulation, you certainly can exercise those, but we would have to examine each of those under the microscope of whether there was a compelling reason and whether those were narrowly tailored to meet that objective.
Of course, if we were to change our current system to sort of dismantle the the appearance that the city is endorsing, and basically just provide an arena for people to make announcements, we could then, let's just say someone from Salina becomes president and we wanted to issue a proclamation, we could then go back in the government speech for that one particular item and otherwise conduct business the other way.
And the only question in my mind is if we get other requests, whether we have to.
Well, I'm sorry, the request would be generated by one of the commissioners.
Yeah. We're over here
Okay.
generally agreeing with your characterization. That scenario that I'm less certain about is when we get a request that, in addition to someone being elected president, they got elected district chair of, whatever organization that we represent. And are we forced to give them a yes/no determination from the governing body in that scenario?
Because if it's government speech at that point, it would just be the collective decision of the commissioners.
Yeah, as I think about it, I think at the staff level, if that request came to us under that format, I think our answer would be, well, you're welcome to come to the podium, suggest to the governing body that a proclamation ought to be issued on that topic. And again, I'm speculating, but based on past experience, it's probably likely they're going to do it. It's probably likely that they're going to be short on time, and they may show up with the proclamation and ask you to endorse it on the spot. We just, human nature being what it is, very often they think about it as the deadline is looming.
So are you thinking about running?
No. Just leave it at that. No.
So and I think the distinction of what you described is whether we're open to invitation or request for proclamation topics, or whether you're limiting that to just your discretion as the governing body. And I do think even if you do limit it, then you still are going to struggle with, well, POWMIA. There'll be plenty of things that seem to have obvious merit, and are you just having to fend off requests?
Well, we've talked a lot about time and place, and I think what brought this discussion forward is the time it consumes in our meetings. Because we knew going to 2 meetings per month, we would get double proclamations, which we have, and no one's mentioned the emails we get from different national organizations asking us to do even more. So I was in favor of putting some kind of limits, but as you described, if we limit anything, we have to essentially censor everything. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, I think we need to listen to the options, because I think there's options that don't
You
fall
got
under
some
the
good options.
that don't fall under the government
You got some
ruling that allow us to
good
do
options
that.
in here, and a lot of them, you state how it consumes large amounts of staff time. And I guess I don't realize just how much staff time
Well,
is involved, but I'd like to hear about.
And I do think that merits some clarification. As we review them, we're reviewing, we're processing them. So a lot of that conversation is explaining to someone how they propose a proclamation and how that works, and it's editing and formatting. To my recollection, there's only one instance where we've actually had a conversation with a proposer about actual verbiage, other than getting the grammar right, that type of thing. But there still is a lot of work involved with guiding people through the process and formatting and preparing it for you. And the one instance where we actually did talk about the verbiage was it was worded as if you as the governing body were making a policy proposal that would be at the federal level, and we clarified that it's just not within your purview. That's not something we typically do.
So some of the options, will go through them, and this will give us a chance to discuss that some more. It'll kind of just basically go over these same points. But so again, feel free to ask any questions of that. Number one is obviously we could keep our current proclamation process. It's a known approach, and it allows for broad recognition of a lot of different groups. The disadvantage is that what we've been talking to, there's this potential presumption it's a city endorsement of stances that either could be 50-50 divisive or overwhelmingly divisive, since we don't have any kind of restrictions on those topics whatsoever. And it also consumes quite a bit of staff time.
If I could add one thing, it's kind of a subtlety, but on occasion we have been criticized that you recognized this topic and you failed to recognize this topic. So not only is there an expectation that we're endorsing the topic, there also is an expectation that we're kind of shepherding the overall process and choosing what's recognized and what isn't. So we've been criticized on the backside for failing to initiate a proclamation.
So
Example being Veterans Day.
Right.
another option would be to have the city clerk read all proclamations by title only with no topical restrictions. This would allow for quicker processing of proclamations, but it doesn't allow for those photo opportunities. The lack of discretion over topics is still present. There's still that presumption of city endorsement or the topic oversight, and it still could potentially consume quite a bit of staff time. Perhaps less, but it still would consume staff time reviewing those proclamations as they come through and shepherding them through. Option 3 is kind of what I call the cold turkey approach, which is basically just the elimination of all proclamations one way or another. And the advantages of that is it treats everyone the same. You don't have that strict, I mean, it would pass a test because you're treating everyone and every group as the same by just saying we're getting out of the proclamation area. And the disadvantage, though, is, again, we have a lot of very valid groups which have sought proclamation and recognition. You wouldn't be able to do those. You can't pick and choose in this. It's kind of an either-or situation. And so if you select this option, no matter how worthy the group is or the subject matter, they cannot be recognized because you would have to treat everyone the same in that case. Option 4 is the one that I kind of alluded to earlier, where you could adopt some of those administrative regulations or time, place, and manner. It provides a little more structure to it as far as, you could limit the number or otherwise, but it could potentially, as a disadvantage, lead to a land rush or everyone trying to get their proclamation in because there's a numeric limit on how many proclamations. So then you're going to just start penciling them out forever in order to eventually get your proclamations in. And again, this doesn't address the topic issue and the perceived endorsement issue. This is more of just a limitation on the structure of the proclamations. Some of those others, you'll see here what Topeka, Kansas does. They have restrictions, so requests are only accepted from Topeka residents. And then they're supposed to be issued for City of Topeka events, public awareness, community service organizations, and you see the list there. The difficulty in that list is going to be who determines what is public awareness, you know? Well, if I believe the earth is flat, I need to make sure that the other 99.8% of the population is aware that the earth is flat. So therefore, you should allow me to have this. So again, that's kind of a worst case scenario, but that would be the legal analysis of it if you adopt that restriction. Because certainly those people would believe that, and so they should have that equal opportunity for public awareness, as farcical as it may seem to us.
We've used that example enough. I can see the email now at sean.hennessy@salina.org.
Please direct those all to the city manager. So then you've got that, option 5 is government speech, and we talked about that quite a bit. And essentially what that would be is there would have to be a structure in place whereby you, through a proclamation, consent, or I don't know what it would be, there would be essentially approval in advance of those topics by the governing board. It would then be viewed as government speech, and I'm hesitating here because I believe, Greg, that would be considered an endorsement by the city commission once that vote was taken at that point in time. There is the perception that it's an endorsement right now, but it's actually not an official endorsement. But the concern is again, that people right now are viewing this as an official endorsement, since it is a City of Salina proclamation from the mayor. So that's where we've got some overlap there.
And I feel like when I sign one of these, I'm endorsing it, so.
Yeah. So
I think that's fair. I think most people, and the way it comes across, that most people assume that to be the case.
And then what if you did have that and the mayor was one of the dissenting votes to put it on there? Does he then still have to sign it, or does it pass on to one of the other commissioners to sign?
Well, and any other item, whether it's signing a contract or what have you, the mayor would still sign on behalf of the governing body.
Hence the endorsement.
Right. Yeah, it's an endorsement by the governing body, whether it's unanimous or 3-2.
If one of these agenda items, we had a 3-2 vote, and I was a dissenter,
You still
I
sign.
would still
yes.
Yep.
sign.
Yeah. And that's even, again, to Mr. Bankston's point, the structure you have, the mayor here is, it's not even what I would term as a weak mayor. It's largely a ceremonial role. You all have an equal role. You don't have a separate term. You're
We're
all
one
treated
vote.
as, huh?
We're one vote.
Right.
Yes, one
Yep.
vote, yes. So, so that would be the case there. Option 6 is to designate a time for individual groups to issue their own proclamations, or they could call them whatever they want. I mean, I'm sure that there's some people who could come up with some very creative, be it a proclamation or whatever they want to call it. So there would be no restrictions on topics. It takes place outside of city commission meeting. It eliminates the need for staff review and editing, and clarifies that the city and/or the mayor have not endorsed these stances. It's essentially a larger scale free speech forum for those individuals to be able to espouse their views. The disadvantages is, bluntly, you could get some really extreme positions being advocated for. Hopefully we would make it clear enough ahead of time that this is not endorsed by the city commission, but potentially it could be. I could envision somebody going to such a thing and having a written proclamation and saying, this is the city of Salina and this is what, and even though you all have not approved that and made it clear that that's not the case, potentially people could still view that as an endorsement.
Question.
Yeah.
Is that option essentially what we have during Citizens Forum now anyway?
Well, Citizens Forum allows them to essentially speak right now. The biggest difference of this is, I don't envision that there would be any kind of a time limit. So that's another potential drawback, because There have been instances in the past, like on public access television, where somebody's taken over it and, there's 12 hours of monologue about the aliens controlling us from the mothership, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that would have to go on and on and on if there weren't those restrictions.
Right, but we could, for this, let's just say we aired these from 3:45 to 4 o'clock. We could, from the beginning, say you have 90 seconds or 120 seconds. And, most of our English teachers would say, if you can't get your point across in 90 seconds, you need to go back and redo it anyway.
I guess I need to admit, this was kind of my brainchild trying to come up with some form of a compromise. And I think we would characterize it as a proclamation. It would need to be formatted in the format of a proclamation, so it isn't just a diatribe. And within whatever legal guidance we get, we could try to put some parameters on it. But the key distinction being, it's not an endorsement. There are no topical limitations. It's a venue that we could broadcast in conjunction with the meeting, or make available in some way, so that people can have the opportunity to get the word out.
And we are able to have the 3-minute restrictions. That is, again, one of those restrictions which we're able to have in regards to our regular public comment periods, and that's just so that we can actually be able to process meetings, because theoretically you could get hundreds of people wanting to speak for hours on end, and you as a governing body then would never be able to function. So I think that we could adopt some of those limits, just like we have in regards to the Citizens Forum time periods. It would just be on the topics that you wouldn't be able to restrict or control.
Or separate program, Wednesdays at
Right.
4 o'clock.
It may have its own entertainment value.
Right.
When
Citizen Proclamation show, and
Could you set,
put all the
like-
disclaimers up front.
could you set time slots? Like 5 time slots at 3 minutes apiece or something like
Yeah,
that?
so when we say, less staff time, I do think it creates work for our media staff in lieu of city clerk and other staff. So there'd have to be some scheduling component to it, and some space available to record it.
So I think we covered most of the different topics here. It's really what it comes down to is a free speech forum versus government speech. There can be some time, place, and manner restrictions, but those time, place, and manner restrictions cannot involve the selection of any topics. And so those are really the core issues when it comes to this that have to be addressed, or whatever your preferred approach is. We try to outlay some of those different options, and so.
Question on what you just mentioned. Let's just say we decide we're only going to have proclamations for official federal holidays.
For what?
Official federal holidays.
Okay.
Would that be a topic restriction, or would that be? I guess that'd be government.
Yeah, I think the question becomes whether we could characterize that as government speech.
Yes.
Well, or as I understood it, well, were you anticipating that would be at the request of the public, or a programmed schedule?
Program schedule, and if individuals from the public wish to volunteer to present it, then of course you have to choose the group who gets to do it. But just the Veterans Day, and I can't list all the federal holidays, but Memorial Day, and so the topic selection has been set.
Well,
But that would still be
I'll defer to
government.
the city attorney. I think the difficulty would be, I think that, yes, the city commission could say, we're going to have a proclamation for all federal holidays automatically in effect. But then you wouldn't be able to have any other topics. You have Engineers Week. That would not fall under a federal holiday. So you could not do that. And then the issue is going to be, though, if you're allowing only for federal holidays, Why are you not allowing for, I don't know, Boxing Day, which is not a U.S. federal holiday, but it is, in other countries. So I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that one. So.
May Day's coming up, and that's my birthday. So.
There you go.
Yes.
Commissioner Davis, I think your point about a topical limitation works in either lane, as long as it's clearly articulated in advance, so everyone knows that that's the extent of the invitation. But I would say that possibly the example you used is inherently managed or administered more as government speech than it would a First Amendment format, because you could, in effect, have persons who may have an opinion to express about those holidays that may be different than what you anticipated.
Very true. Hadn't thought about that, but very true. Yeah.
Well, most of our proclamations that we do here, they bring awareness to causes and situations, which for the most part are good causes, and situations that, like the human trafficking, the different forms of child abuse, but they get very repetitive. And last fall I discussed this with Mayor of Topeka, and he told me how they do it, and I kind of agreed, having some limits to the 2 per meeting, number one, and I think the other one was they only had them every other year. So if we took that kind of approach, would that get into a lot of deep water?
Well, the one issue that comes up, irrespective of that, is if you limit the number, you have the land rush, if you will. Well, it's not the best terminology, but if I want to get my proclamation, I need to get it requested. So then you have to develop a new framework. Do you only allow them only 60 days in advance, or how do you, because we've seen a strong amount of support for proclamations. And so if you limit it, significantly limit it, and people continue to want to have the proclamations, how far out do you schedule them? And how do you accommodate that desire for the proclamations?
And I guess who schedules it?
And how do you administer the submission deadline? 12:01 a.m., 8:01 a.m., online, in person?
The only thing I'd add, Mayor, if I may, and we may need to ask, in preparation for today, I looked, I knew Topeka was one of our examples. They do have a separately elected mayor. He has an office, he has an executive assistant, he is compensated at a different level.
He's paid well.
Yeah, he's paid pretty well, it appeared. And I wonder if asked if he would tell us that they view that as government, that they're in the government speech lane, because he is separately elected, and I took it very possibly that they view that as, when the mayor makes that proclamation, that it is government speech, so it's under those rules instead of the invitation for
and it
public.
appears that they do have a lot of guidelines and rules of what they
Yeah.
accept.
Yeah,
And
so
correct me if I'm wrong, did you also say that they formally empowered the mayor to make that determination?
yes, it's spoken of that way on, if you look online. How formalized that is, I don't know, but you would understand that that's the mayor's office that you would be working through in the processing of a request for a proclamation. So I know their city attorney hadn't pursued it with her, but it would be interesting to know which lane they believe they're in as they administer their program.
I noticed also that it looks like the mayor of Topeka can give the proclamation in a relatively private ceremony in
Right.
the office. So they don't all have to be during meeting time. Which gives groups photo op if there's a newspaper reporter there.
The other point, to your point, is if we're trying to stay out of the government speech lane and we're in the First Amendment protected lane, and given the correlation between the timing of certain proclamations and the event, one risk that I think you would face if you're in the free speech lane is that with a numerical limitation, you could potentially eliminate a proclamation that only had relevance if it could be heard on a particular meeting time. If that makes sense. If that's the potential for the land rush that Mr. Hennessy is referring to, where if somebody filled those slots and you had an event that just was dependent upon the timing of the proclamation, you potentially are affecting content.
And then as soon as you make an exception, you're opening yourself up to all sorts of other claims and why weren't we treated the same as them? So you're kind of in the proverbial rock and a hard place then.
So what's our path forward here? Is this just going to be a decision of the governing body? Does it need to come back as an agenda item? Or
I think if you can indicate to us your consensus and how you'd like to proceed, then we'll be tasked with drafting a resolution or a policy or an amendment that reflects that. So we really, as a first step, and the reason, in part, it's a lengthy topic, but I think someone asked previously, well, will this come to you as an action item? We need a little bit more direction from you as a governing body to prepare it as an action item.
Question for legal counsel. If we were to go to option 6, which basically just designates a time for individuals and groups to issue their own proclamations, can we, limit that kind of like Topeka does, where it needs to be a proclamation brought forward by the citizen of Salina? So we take away that outside proclamation from some of the national groups that we may get? Does that throw us into a different?
I would want an opportunity to look at that
Okay.
before opining.
So not knowing that answer, I kind of like option 6, where we can designate a time. And again, we're not signing the proclamation on behalf of the city, so we're not saying we support it or do not support it. Now that we have the ability to record, proclamations and put it, either have it run before the city commission meeting or after the city commission meeting as a standalone function, we can have individuals come forward and read their proclamations and still be aired on YouTube, on Channel 20 and everything else. I kind of like that idea, and then we're not getting into the government form of proclamations and having to say yay or nay.
Actually, like number 6.
Number 6.
Well, now, we could still use these broad categories such as they have in Topeka. Let's high school, or do you just leave it the way, because right now we don't have restrictions
No.
on it. But if a high school student becomes a national figure,
You could limit the time. You could still limit
right,
the time.
I would definitely limit the time. Now, how then would, which holiday? Well, I'm going to go back to Veterans Day, because if there's a group that we try to show public appreciation for, its veterans, how would Veterans Day then be handled? If this body wanted to truly encourage every
Yeah,
says,
so
and
I
the
think
attorney's comments notwithstanding, I hadn't thought about that, but there are those who might not want to, but if we wanted to do that, would then have to go through a month before saying, hey, on, first Monday in November or second Monday, we're going to come up with a proclamation for Veterans Day?
I hate to sound like the skeptic, but and I think you could do that. But I think at the point that you do, we motivate people to justify their topic as moving from the one approach to the governing body approach. And some of the attachments that we provided were federally or presidentially declared days. And I was going to go to that to see if an example jumped out to me, but do you transition? Does someone try to convince you that well, you've recognized a federal holiday, so now the presidentially declared days are Susan B. Anthony Day and Harriet Tubman Day and Greek Independence Day and Cesar Chavez Day, and kind of try to chip away at getting those to be city commission endorsed as well.
The other difficulty of that is what you're talking about is trying to combine a free speech forum, which is the open time, with government speech. Potentially the court could find the recognition of federal holidays to be government speech, and really you want to be careful about it's not necessarily completely a binary choice, but it is almost an either or. You want to be in either. I was going to
say, we're trying to talk about a hybrid, and it doesn't sound like a hybrid works very well.
Yeah.
It
makes it
it's
very
either got to be a
difficult to
free
defend.
speech, or we have to move into the government oversight. To me, that's so. I mean, when you start trying to throw in that hybrid, you're just opening yourself up to.
Would the attempt at a hybrid be defeated if a commissioner on his or her own, at whatever point in the meeting decided to do it, say, I just want to remind the citizens that next Monday is Veterans Day?
Well, that's not a proclamation. That's
Right,
just,
it's not a proclamation, so it's just,
Yes, absolutely.
so that would,
That's your own First Amendment right to be
Right,
able to bring up on other business or anything to encourage.
so that would not skirt
Yeah.
the rules of the law?
No, I think Mr. Hennessy's correct. You have your ability to express your viewpoint on that.
Okay. So we would entrust our mayor to remember all those important holidays during the year.
We got a list right there.
Right there, right. Okay.
Well, I think I would like to, explore option 6. And, if it doesn't work, if we want to modify or go back where we were, we could.
And it might be good just to have a week or two just to hear the buzz from citizens, 'cause that's the one group we haven't.
One advantage to option 6 is the fact that essentially you have essentially a free speech forum right now, and this would still be a free speech forum. You're not trying to go to government speech, and then if it doesn't work, go back to a free speech forum. That, again, is where it gets more complicated when you have that overlap. It doesn't mean it couldn't be done, but it would be an advantage to going from essentially a free speech forum to a free speech forum. Both would be, in my opinion, considered that.
But I might have missed it. We could or could not limit time on that, on option 6.
You can't.
I think time limitations could be justified. It was the number, limiting the number to the point of potentially excluding the expression of whatever that person wanted to say was the concern. But I think time limitations are generally viewed as significant or relevant when you're talking about a meeting time, or in this case, potentially a broadcast period of time.
Could we set some guidelines and policy that, the clean language, things like that?
No.
Remember,
That's a whole
Uranus
other free
passed,
speech
so-
conversation we've had.
Can't
Yeah.
beep it out.
That's, I'm afraid the First Amendment limitations get pretty blood-curdling before you go past the allowed choice of words.
But we could require that the person reading the proclamation be visible on the screen as they're reading it. Or let me make that a question. Could we require? So that you don't have an anonymous voice just reading something for which they're going to have no recourse from the public.
If you want to pursue option 6, and I understand the questions about kind of what limitations might be permissible, if you'd like, I think staff outside of the study session could try to flesh that out a little bit, using Topeka's parameters as a guideline, and then some of the things you've raised here, and we'll brainstorm as well any other considerations. But I don't want to, we've had this free speech conversation in different scenarios and in many formats, and it is very broad. So I don't want to create false hope that we can limit it more than we might be able to, but we could try to staff that through and report back if option 6 is where your interest lies.
Yeah, and one of the questions, do they have to be called proclamations? In that we're not taking any action to endorse them. I mean, it's almost more church announcements. I mean,
Yeah, strategically, part of my thinking was to keep it in the proclamation lane just so it doesn't turn into a completely open-ended free speech forum.
but calling that doesn't give it any more, or put us in any more position of having endorsed it all.
Well, in a point of fact, we couldn't mandate. If somebody wanted to call it an edict or a writ of mandamus or something like that, we wouldn't be able to control that as a free speech forum. They could call it the mugwump order of the year if they want, theoretically. It is important to remember that, much like the city attorney pointed out, there's those 3 levels of scrutiny, and the strict scrutiny, has to advance a compelling government interest, but it also has to use the least restrictive means. And so that's an important component whenever you get to that strict scrutiny level. So if you have essentially an open forum, you want to, yes, time, because again, somebody could say, I want to speak for that 12-hour scenario, but you want to use the least restrictive means possible. So I think you would want to avoid mandating it has to be called this. They could call it whatever they want.
If it were to get out of hand, then it would have to come back to us, and we would have to vote to end it.
Do something
basically.
different. Yep.
So I guess that would be kind of up to the people. If people come in and ruin it, they ruin it.
Yeah, you all are able to define the invitation.
I mean, we're really not changing anything we're currently doing. I mean, by talking about number 6, all we're doing is doing it not during the meeting.
Well, you are taking the mayor's name off the bottom.
Take the
of it.
mayor's name off, which, which,
And the city's name.
yeah.
True.
But
Yep.
we're still, right now, we still have open proclamations that some of the things we're talking about could come before us, and at this point, we wouldn't have the opportunity to say no.
And which most
And
of
we-
these things we proclaim, very good causes,
Yeah.
bike month, I ride my bike.
I say we look at option 6 and.
I like
and
trees.
See what happens, and then if we run into.
I'm not a shopper, though.
It's like anything else. We run into a problem, we can always, change the direction we're headed.
To implement option number 6, there have to be quite a bit of formality to it. So if that's of interest to you, we can staff it through and then come back to you with something fleshed out for your
Well,
consideration.
certainly as you're staffing it through and you're running into more landmines than what you thought, come back.
back,
Yes.
Yeah, I do think it's kind of a replication and a refinement of what we're currently doing. So we have some struggles in our current format. So I don't anticipate it be worse.
Well, it may work better for everybody, so I think it's worth giving that a try.
At the risk of, we kind of touched on it, but this is the forum that probably gets the most attention, but we have other instances where we struggle with, are we creating a free speech forum? I mentioned the colors of the overhead structures, displaying flags in the downtown. So as we staff this through, we may give some thought to kind of that broader policy question, if we can try to address that as well. Basically indicate that the governing body retains the right to invite free speech forums, and without an invitation, it's presumed that it's not one, or something along those lines.
Does anyone have any other comments or thoughts?
How should, I guess citizens could bring their comments just through the usual way of communicating?
They could email the city commission or the city manager's office.
Anything else, Mr. Hennessy? Thank you for your work on this. I know you put a lot into it. So we will recess and be back here at 4 o'clock for the regular meeting. Good afternoon. I'll call this meeting of the Salina City Commission to order, April 22nd, 2024. I'll ask staff for confirmation the Kansas Open Meetings Act has been properly provided.
Yes.
Thank you. May we have a roll call?
Mayor Longbine,
Here.
Commissioner Davis,
Here.
Commissioner Hoppick,
Here.
Commissioner Ivy,
Here?
Commissioner Lankowitz.
Here.
Thank you. May all who are willing and able please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence. Please remove your hats. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Item 3, awards and proclamations.
Item 3.1, recognition of the week of April 28th through May 4th, 2024 as Small Business Appreciation Week. Leslie Bishop, Executive Director of Salina Downtown, Inc., will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you for letting me be here today. I'm Leslie Bishop, Executive Director of Salina Downtown, Inc. Small Business Appreciation Week. Whereas the government of Salina, Kansas celebrates our local small businesses and the contributions they make to our local economy and community. According to the United States Small Business Administration, there are 33.3 million small businesses in the United States. And whereas small businesses employ 61.7 million people in the United States, totaling 46.4% of private sector employees. And whereas 94% of consumers in the United States value the contributions small businesses make to their community, and whereas 91% of consumers shop small due to the personalization and customization components, and whereas when you support a small business, you're supporting the owner of that business and the local economy. Small businesses are responsible for creating job opportunities, which in turn helps stimulate the local economy. Supporting local businesses not only helps pay their employees, but they also spend their money at other local businesses. That means by buying local, you help create jobs for your friends and neighbors, contribute to improved public infrastructure, and invest in your community both socially and economically. And whereas behind every small business is a local family. Now, therefore, I be it resolved that I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of Salina, do here proclaim that the week of April 28th through May 4th of 2024 as Small Business Appreciation Week, and urge the residents of our community and surrounding communities to support small businesses and merchants during Small Business Appreciation Week and throughout the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bishop. You're always the greatest promoter of downtown and small business.
Thank you.
You've got big events going on?
Well, we have a few, but for Small Business Appreciation Week, starting on Monday, we're going to be selling $25 gift certificates for downtown businesses for only $20, and I want to thank First Bank Kansas for helping us sponsor that event. Last year, our Small Business Week, just that 1 week, we put in over $10,000 directly back into our local businesses. Salina really showed their support for our businesses, so we're looking forward to another great week. And then we'll have First Friday, May 3rd, and then Sculpture Tour Salina in celebration in honor of Sylvia Rice. And then our spring concert, the Lou Brown Band, sponsored by Wheatland Financial. So we have a big couple of weeks coming up in downtown Salina.
Good. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your other downtown girls want to come up? You want to come up, April? That's just, I can never think all three of your names. I just call you the downtown girls. Thank you. Item 3.2.
Item 3.2, recognition of the date of April 26, 2024 as Arbor Day. Sam Overby, member of the Tree Advisory Board, will read the proclamation.
In 1872, the Nebraska Board of Agriculture established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday called Arbor Day was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world. And trees can be a solution to combating climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing habitat for wildlife. And trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And trees in our city increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now therefore, I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim April 26, 2024 as Arbor Day in the City of Salina, and I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations.
Thank you. We all appreciate and love trees.
Yes.
So are you going to be planting trees this week?
Yes, on Friday at 1:30. Forgive me, I don't remember which parks. I think we're doing 2 at Jerry Ivy. We'll be planting a tree or 2 there. So, thank you.
Come on up, get the proclamation. Thank you. Item 3.3.
Item 3.3, recognition of the weekend of April 25th through April 27th, 2024 as 80th anniversary of Altrusa International of Salina, Kansas, Inc. weekend. Margaret Dixon, president of Altrusa International of Salina, Kansas, Inc. will read the proclamation.
Whereas Altrusa International, which was founded in 1917 and celebrated its 100th birthday in 2017, is making communities better through leadership, partnership, and service, and proudly moves forward into the 21st century with the tagline of leading to a better community. And whereas the name Altrusa, coined by combining Altra from altruism and USA for United States, reflects patriotism and has become synonymous for its devotion to the interests of others concept, and is now a worldwide organization in 8 countries with over 6,000 members, and is currently being led by International President Linda K. Smith, a member of the Salina Club. Whereas Altrusa first organized the Service Club in Salina, Kansas in 1943, chartered in 1944, and is now known as Altrusa International of Salina, Kansas. And whereas the Altrusa of Salina Club is celebrating its 80th anniversary, continuously and efficiently providing community service in the Salina area with a focus in the area of literacy. And whereas in its 80 years, Altrusa International of Salina, Kansas Incorporated has performed many hours of service in and around Salina and Saline County, including installing 3 little libraries in Salina and 1 in Ossaria, working with Books A Million to donate approximately 1,000 books each year to 15 to 18 local community organizations at Christmas, hosting graduation receptions for GED recipients and Partners for Success graduates in partnership with Salina Area Adult Education, providing over 1,000 books to children through our Book and Treat project in conjunction with the Salina Parks and Recreation Halloween Party. And we have made over 1 million cookies for Rebecca H. Morrison House for families staying there so that they may have a homemade treat, in addition to many other projects. And whereas on the weekend of April 25th through 27th, 2024, Altrusa has chosen to commemorate its 80th anniversary celebration by hosting the annual Altrusa District 8 Conference at the Hilton Garden Inn in Salina, with Altrusans from Kansas, Arkansas, Missouri, and Oklahoma attending. And whereas conference participants will enjoy a special event of shopping and dining on Friday night to show off downtown Salina, and whereas conference participants will bring items for food bags and hygiene kits to be donated to Salina Shares. Therefore, it be resolved that I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of Salina, hereby proclaim the weekend of April 25th through 27th, 2024, to be the 80th anniversary of Altrusa International of Salina, Kansas Incorporated weekend, in witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Salina, Kansas to be affixed this 22nd day of April 2024. Excuse me.
Thank you. I learned a lot there. The million cookies that's impressive.
Yeah, each member will take a month, and we'll donate about 6 dozen cookies. We'll bake them homemade and take them to Rebecca Morrison House for the people staying there.
Yeah, that's nice. So do you have events planned for this month, this week?
Yes, as I mentioned, we have the conference this weekend at the Hilton Garden Inn, 25th through the 27th, with them coming from Kansas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri. That's the one thing we have going this week.
Okay, very good. I wish you a successful conference.
Thank you. Yes,
Come on, Miss Trigg. Get on the other side here. Item 3.4.
Item 3.4, recognition of the month of May 2024 as Kansas Bike Month. Michelle Coates, Mobility Manager for North Central Kansas Coordinated Transit District, will read the proclamation.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Coates, Mobility Manager for North Central Kansas, and we're here today for the 2024 Bike Month Proclamation. So whereas the bicycle is an economical, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sound form of transportation and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Salina's scenic beauty. And whereas throughout the month of May, the residents of Salina and its visitors will experience the joys of bicycling through educational programs, events, or by simply getting out and going for a ride. And whereas creating a bicycling-friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, growing the economy of Salina, attracting tourism dollars, improving traffic safety, supporting student learning outcomes, and reducing pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas the North Central Kansas Coordinated Transit District, OCCK, the Salina Bicyclist Advocacy Group, Noon Network Ambucks, the Kansas Mobility Managers, CanCycle, the League of American Bicyclists, schools, parks, and recreation departments, police departments, agencies, hospitals, companies, and civic groups will be promoting bicycling during the month of May 2024. And whereas these groups are also promoting bicycle tourism year-round to attract more visitors, to enjoy local restaurants, hotels, retail establishments, and cultural and scenic attractions. And whereas these groups are also promoting greater public awareness of bicycle operation and safety education in an effort to reduce collisions, injuries, and fatalities and improve health and safety for everyone on the road. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Bill Longbine, Mayor of the City of Salina, do hereby proclaim May 2024 as Bike Month in the City of Salina, and I urge all residents to join me in this special observance. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Salina, Kansas to be affixed this 22nd day of April, 2024. Bill Longbine, Mayor.
Thank you. I think we're going to get a bicycle demonstration here.
I did bring some friends with me. So these are ladies from the Noon Network Ambucks, and they provide Amtrikes to people with disabilities, and in the month of May, they will be providing 10 different sized Amtrikes to different people.
Amtrakes are specially designed to be able to use with legs and arms, and so they can be used in therapy, physical therapists. Also be taken home, so they can be used at home.
So what's the strings and the pulley that to kind of control?
Right, but they don't, right, yeah.
Huh.
So if they have disabilities and can't use their legs,
Yeah.
they can be pushed, or they can get some strength and balance and cross-crawl patterning, because you get changes so that they're using arms opposite from legs if they weren't able to crawl. Helps with brain development,
Okay.
neurologically and physically. And they'll fit about anybody. We have lots of sizes. Veteran size, we fit all veteran soft trucks.
Very good. Well, if you could get the wind to settle down, I'd ride my bike.
All right, well, we'll try. I'm going to make any promises.
So do you have other events going on?
We do. So you can find the full list of statewide events on our Kansas Rides website, which is ksrides.org. So like I mentioned, we'll have 10 Amtrak giveaways in the month of May. Also have free rides on CanCycle, which is our local bike sharing program. We'll have a display on biking at the Salina Public Library, and there are weekly Saturday rides with the Salina Bicycle Advocacy Group. So lots of ways to be involved within the city in May.
Okay, thank you. You all gonna get the picture? Okay, that will bring us to public hearings.
Item 4.1, conduct a public hearing on 2024 special assessments for Lakeview Estates Number 2, Magnolia Hills Estates Number 2 Phase 2, and Wheatland Valley Edition, and approve ordinance number 24-11202, levying those special assessments for a period of 20 years.
Mayor Longbine, due to a conflict, I'm going to recuse myself from this item, please.
Thank you. I will open the public hearing.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. On April 8th, you received the final breakdown of costs for the special assessments for these three particular districts. Today's action is a public hearing to hear input from those that are affected by the special assessments. The issue at this point is whether those assessments are final costs have been properly calculated and are distributed as noted. We will be having a bond sale for these special assessments on June 10th, 2024. Once you pass the ordinance tonight, if you pass the ordinance tonight levying the special assessments, a notice will be sent out to each individual homeowner, current homeowner, notifying them of the specific amount that's going to be levied against their home without interest or bonding costs, and it will give them an opportunity to pay those up front before the special assessment costs are actually debt financed. If they choose not to do so, then those special assessments will be amortized over 20 years and be assessed to their property tax annually through Saline County. I stand for any questions, and there are other developers here, as well as bond counsel, I believe, is online if you have any questions.
Questions for Ms. Peck?
I'm sorry, no.
Well, I guess my only observation is costs continue to go up, and I guess the only way through that is to go through it. There's no way to go around it, so. Do the developers have any comments? Any public comment? Okay, none. I will close the public hearing then. Bring this back for auction.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of ordinance number 24-11202, levying special assessments for improvements for the Lakeview Estates Number 2, Magnolia Hills Estates Number 2, Phase 2, and Wheatland Valley Edition for a period of 20 years.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11202, levying special assessments for improvements for Lakeview Estates Number 2, Magnolia Hills Estates Number 2, Phase 2, and Wheatland Valley Edition for a period of 20 years. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. And that will bring us to item 4.2. Well, welcome Commissioner Hoppick back, I'm sorry.
Okay. Item 4.2, conduct a public hearing on petition number 4425, filed by Dan Keyboards on behalf of Ryan Roofing, Inc. and approve ordinance number 24-11203, requesting vacation of a 10-foot retained utility easement that bisects the block bordered by Pine Street on the south, North 5th Street on the east, North Street on the north, and North Santa Fe on the west. The portion of the north-south utility easement to be vacated abuts a portion of Lot 6 and even-numbered lots 8 through 18 on 5th Street, and a portion of Lot 5 and odd-numbered lots 7 through 17 on Santa Fe Avenue in the original town of Salina, Saline County, Kansas.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is a vacation petition that's been filed by Mr. Dan Keyboards on behalf of Ryan Roofing. And their property over on the north side of Pine Street runs between Santa Fe and 5th Street. And it is bisected by a platted alley that was vacated, but a utility easement was retained when that occurred. And that north-south utility easement interferes with their plans to build a building that would span most of that block. So they have filed this petition to eliminate that easement and to be able to construct over that area. We've distributed this out to all the area utilities, and none of them reported having any distribution lines in that easement or having any objections to the elimination of the easement. So this comes for you with an ordinance attached that would vacate that easement, and upon recording of that easement, that would free up that area for construction along the entire site. So with that, I'd be open to any questions commissioners might have.
Questions for Mr. Andrew? Yep. I think this is a good thing to develop some property, so does the applicant have any comments? Any public comment?
Would you speak up a little bit more? We're having problems hearing you back here.
Okay, ma'am. Any public comment? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Bring us back for action.
Okay, Mayor Longbine, seeing that there's no private rights being affected by this, I move that the commission approve ordinance number 24-11203, vacating the utility easement from Pine Street to the north edge of the Ryan Roofing property.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11203, vacating the utility easement from Pine Street to the north edge of the Ryan Roofing property. Did you have any additional comment, Mr. Andrew? Nope. Okay. Motion is second. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
Mayor Longbine?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That will bring us to item 4.3. Mr. Andrew, I will.
Item 4.3, conduct a public hearing on petition number 4426, filed by Sean and Jessica Kindlesparger on behalf of J. Kindle, Inc., and approve ordinance number 24-11204, requesting the vacation of an existing north-south public utility easement located on the common lot line between lots 3 and 6, Block 2, Brock addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing. Mr. Andrew.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is an identical request, a vacation petition filed by Sean and Jessica Kindlesparger, different location. Brock Road is a short cul-de-sac street that extends to the west off of South Ohio Street, and the Kindlespargers purchased a number of lots and are building multifamily townhomes at the end of the Brock Road cul-de-sac. And in one of the locations they're proposing to build, there's a side yard public utility easement that was put there because the developer was uncertain how utilities would be extended to the site. There are no utilities located within that. There are no objections received from any of our local franchise or public utility easement providers, and they are in support of this request. The purpose of the vacation is they're planning to construct a building that would go over the side lot line, and the easement needs to be eliminated so they can build in that location. There's an ordinance attached that upon approval and a recording will eliminate that easement and allow construction to proceed. I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions? Looks like a lot of progress being made there with,
Yes, they've got a lot of progress on their first phase. This building will be in their second phase, and so this will open the door for phase 2.
okay. Thank you. Does the applicant have any comments or? Is there any public comment? I will close the public hearing. Bring it back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve ordinance number 24-11204, vacating the north-south public utility easement located on the common lot line of lots 3 and 6, Block 2 of the Brock addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve ordinance number 24-11204, vacating the north-south public utility easement located on the common lot line of lots 3 and 6, Block 2 of the Brock addition to the city of Salina, Saline County, Kansas. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Hoppick?
Aye.
Commissioner Ivy?
Aye.
Commissioner Lankowitz?
Aye.
And Mayor Longbine.
Aye. Motion carries 4-0. 5-0. I'm sorry, you're back. Okay, that is all of our public hearings. That will bring us to item 5, the consent agenda.
Item 5.1, approve the minutes of the meeting of April 8th, 2024. And item 5.2, approve resolution number 24-8198, appointing members to citizen boards and commissions.
Any item a commissioner would like to remove from the consent agenda? Any public comment on the consent agenda? Bring that back for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of consent agenda as read.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as read. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. That is going to bring us to administration, and I would like to move item 6.3, the Smoky Hill River Bridge replacement item, down to below 6.5, if that is okay with the commission.
Fine with me. Do we need a motion to move that?
The order of the agenda can be determined by the mayor unless there are objections.
Okay.
Okay. So if there's no objection, we will move item 6.3 below 6.5. So that will bring us to item 6.1.
Item 6.1, conduct a discussion on and review of the bi-monthly city commission meeting schedule.
Okay, we last fall decided to go to 2 meetings per month, or I haven't got up to speed on how that falls yet, but we agreed to come back and discuss how that's flowing and how it's working for everybody. Myself, I thought I would get a little more public input as to whether they like this system or not, but I think it's working for me. I'll open it for discussion.
Go ahead.
I'd say it's probably working, although I think once we get through our budget hearings, September might be a better time to to actually visit this, because I guess we really haven't had that many meetings and that many challenges yet. But I'd say so far it's working well, but might be, the guy who's falling off the Empire State Building, So far, so good. But yeah, I'll be curious to see how we handle the study sessions and the longer meetings we have in preparation for budget.
I think we'd kind of discussed the possibility of loading a lot of that into a full day like we've done strategic planning.
Correct. Staff committed to you to try to address that more efficiently and come back to you with kind of larger blocks of time. So we are staffing it through as we speak, and then we'll propose to you some half days or full days to tackle that.
Just so that you know, that's a lot of brain work to do in one day or even 2 days. I understand the advantage of it, but it's you will leave with a very heavy
Well,
head.
we still have the ability to call special meetings if we, mainly during the budgeting period. Personally, I think the meeting the second and fourth Mondays of each month has worked well. I compliment staff on the fact that we've moved more to the consent agenda item, although we didn't do that today. I think we've done a good job of if it's already in the budget and we've budgeted for street repairs, we don't need to just, approve it, as a separate item. So I think that we've done a really good job on some of that. I think the most telling thing is I've asked the city manager, how does staff feel about it? Part of my reason for wanting to do this was to give staff more time to actually do work and not prepare for meetings. And I think city manager has given me positive feedback on that. So I would like to see us continue based on that.
Commissioner Lekowitz.
Well, so far so good. I concur with Commissioner Hoppick and Commissioner Davis.
Commissioner Ivey, you have nothing to compare
I
it
have
to.
nothing to compare it to, but so far it seems fine to me. I don't mind if we do have to have the longer meetings. So anything that helps the staff out and puts less work on them.
I guess the one concern I've had is loading a lot of stuff up on the consent agenda. A few weeks ago, I tallied up as like $1.2 million in spending, that I don't want to send the impression that we are just spending money out the door without giving it consideration and thinking about it. But I think it's working. And
So if it's helpful, and we, I think, talked about this prior to making the decision, but from staff's perspective, we're continuing to staff through each one of those agenda items the same as we always would. The expectation that that's the information that you need as a governing body, and then you have the discretion to pull it off the consent agenda if you have questions or want to have additional discussion. So to say that it's saving staff work, it is allowing us to organize ourselves and kind of free up a little bit of time in between meetings to focus on other things. But we are still staffing those items through at the same level that we always have.
okay. And, just because it's on the consent agenda doesn't mean that we don't get a whole packet to read through and sort things out. So I think, yes, Commissioner Davis, would you like to revisit this in September?
I think if we hit a lot of rough bumps, we can decide to revisit it later, but I don't think we need to specifically add it to the agenda now.
So we'll find out when we start the budget this summer. Okay, there's, I think, pretty much agreement on that. We will continue meeting on the second and fourth Mondays of the month, unless a special meeting is called. So that will bring us to item 6.2.
Item 6.2, authorize the city manager to execute agreements for the purchase of vehicles and equipment approved under the 2024 sub-CIP.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Debbie Pack, Director of Finance and Administration. I want to thank you for bringing me if we have to change the schedule because of the budget. I don't want to take responsibility for that. Anyway, the 2024 sub-CIP was approved by City Commission on December 11th, 2023. It totaled an estimated cost of about $4.7 million. Staff worked with Central Garage to create specifications for particular items on that list. We solicited bids for 87 pieces of equipment / vehicles. And I have provided a table for you of those bids and the results that we found from those bids and which ones we're recommending. Of those, We had 21 bids, and of those, 13 of the bids are being recommended to go to low bidders. 8 are going to being recommended to go to the non-low bidder for various reasons. Either they didn't meet the specifications, they didn't complete the bid. There's just a variety of reasons for every individual item that's on the list. We did have 3 bids that staff chose to reject for specific reasons. Either they didn't meet specifications, or we only got 1 bid and it didn't really meet specifications. There were also a couple of bids that we wanted to clarify our specifications because it seemed to us through the bidding process that the bidders weren't bidding what we were asking. So, for example, they were bidding liters on engines instead of CCs or something like that. So we just felt like in order to make that a little bit more specific, we needed to standardize that language to what the bidders were bidding so that we could have some good comparisons. From a budget perspective, from the Vehicles and Equipment Fund, we budgeted about $2.4 million. The recommended bids in this staffing report was $1,344,246.26. We have about $1,044,000 left of items to be bid, which, if those items come in at estimate or under, would leave that fund running under budget about $11.2 million. The sanitation fund budgeted $376,100 in the vehicles and equipment sub-CIP. Their bids came in at $288,000, and they still have a couple of items for about $155,000. If those come in on budget, that would put them over budget of about $67,000. We're anticipating that over budget amount would come from their fund balance, which is about $1.7 million at the end of 2023, and I think their target is either $500,000 or $750,000. So we felt like there was some capacity for that. The solid waste fund is the other source of funding for these purchases. They budgeted $571,000. The recommended bids were $42,572. They have about $525,000 in items to still bid, and that would put them under budget about $3,500.
I'm sorry, before you move on, the vehicle V&E fund you indicated would be under budget $11.2 million.
Oh, sorry.
I think it's actually 11,200.
Sorry. My numbers are working on the river renewal project. They're a little off. Sorry. $11,292. That would be nice.
Just a few.
So staff has identified the normal set of action items for you is to authorize the city manager to execute the agreements, to authorize that with any amendments you might deem appropriate. You could postpone consideration or don't authorize them. We would have to provide staff with direction about rebidding or delaying delivery, and could possibly increase costs. And staff recommends option number 1. And I would stand for questions. We also have Central Garage Supervisor here and some of the other departments if you have questions about specific items on the bid sheets.
If I could add one. If I could add one additional clarification, Ms. Pack mentioned instances of recommending a bidder other than the low bidder. The attached detail sheet that is attached to the staff report and distributed with the packet includes a narrative under each one of those. So in the event that there's a recommendation of a non-low bidder, there's a discussion of the low bidders and the reason for the disqualification or the recommendation of a non-low bidder. So just want to make it clear that we've articulated the reasoning for those.
Questions?
Just technical, I'm sorry, go ahead, Commissioner.
I always want to talk at the same time. I don't know what that's all about. So, okay, I'll go first this time.
Okay.
How's that? Based on the numbers you gave us, if we fulfill the requirements on the vehicle and equipment capital reserve fund and also on the sanitation fund, we'll fall within the target balance that we look to have.
Yes.
Okay, 'cause I didn't have that in front of me.
Vehicle and equipment capital reserve does not have a target.
But the sanitation does.
Sanitation does, and we would still fall above that target, yes.
Thank you. That was my question.
Yes.
Yeah, just from a technical perspective, if a bid was just totally inadequate, bid on the wrong thing, wrong specs, is that still considered a viable bid? I mean,
we would consider that an incomplete bid because they're not bidding on the item that we're requesting.
But then were
they
some of
bid
these
on.
low bids technically not viable bids?
Correct.
Okay.
Either they didn't complete the entire bid sheet, so we couldn't tell from what they provided whether they met the specifications, or they don't typically bid things that we aren't asking for, but it could be like, instead of a 4-gallon tank, they might be bidding a 2-gallon tank, and we've determined that we need the 4-gallon tank, or something to that example. But they do look at the specifications and whether they've said they've met those specifications.
So the non-viable bids don't count as a low bid then?
Correct, because we consider it incomplete.
Okay.
If the price is low, we would consider that the low bid, but we wouldn't accept it because it was incomplete. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay.
Did you drill down into the delivery and availability?
They do, and if you look at the spreadsheet, the sheets that Mike mentioned, that is on here. We don't typically use that as a reason to not give a bid, but if the delivery date were a requirement in our specifications, then that certainly would be a reason not to go to that bidder, but it's typically not in the specifications. If
Okay.
that,
I continue to hear
long wait times.
supply chain
Yeah.
waits.
Yeah,
people
and we
not
do,
being
they
able to
do try to
deliver.
provide that in that sheet. Some people provide it, some people don't, when they provide their bids, so.
Okay. Any other questions?
I've got to admit, with the volatility in the market, some items came in over and some came under. I was pleased with where the bids actually came in compared to where they could have, so that's a good thing.
It does take a lot of equipment to keep the city running, so,
It does.
thank you. Is there any public comment? Bring it back for action.
Mayor, I move to authorize the city manager to execute agreements for the purchase of vehicles and equipment approved under the 2024 sub-CIP.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion and a second to authorize city manager to execute agreements with recommended vendors in the 2024 sub-CIP. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Bring us to item 6.4.
Item 6.4, approve resolution number 24-8200, authorizing the contribution of up to $51,670 as matching funds for a U.S. Department of Justice grant, if awarded, to the 28th Judicial District Court, Saline County, Kansas, for the purpose of starting a behavioral health court in Saline County, Kansas, and authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the Salina Regional Health Foundation and Saline County as equal co-contributors toward the total required matching funds.
Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners.
You're not Miss Martin.
No, I am not Miss Martin. She is actually, timely enough, in Lawrence, looking into some issues related to homelessness, and then I'm actually driving there this evening where the statewide homelessness summit will be happening Tuesday and Wednesday. So Michelle and I are getting more information on this subject, which brings me to the background of this matter. As the commission is aware, December 14th, 2022, you held a public forum and addressed local speakers on the issue of homelessness. We've continued to learn about this matter and address it in the community. January 11th, 2024, we held a subsequent public forum with Julia Orlando, a consultant working with KDADS, or Kansas Department of Aging and Disability, to start understanding and learning more about how communities can achieve functional zero when it comes to homelessness. But in and amongst all of these things, there are several areas that the city has been looking at, and one of these strategies has been under consideration is the establishment of a behavioral health court, or commonly referred to a BHC, and that would be through the district court, which has the jurisdiction over criminal cases in Saline and Ottawa counties. The data shows that many individuals who suffer from untreated behavioral health disorders end up committing criminal offenses. Mental health issues are also one of the most commonly recognized traits amongst those who are chronically homeless, and addressing this could help with the prevention of those issues. For these reasons, city staff has been working with a variety of community stakeholders to try and address how we might bring the behavioral health court process to our community. Those collaborators or community partners I mentioned include not only the City of Salina, but Central Kansas Mental Health Center, the 28th Judicial District Court, Saline County Attorney, Community Corrections, Salina Regional Public Defenders, Salina Regional Health Center, and Saline County. This court would be operated similar to what we have seen in Douglas County. It's also similar to, we already have a specialty court. We have been operating for approximately 10 years a drug court here in our community that has had great success. Looking at this model from Douglas County, a grant is being proposed, and that's the action in front of you today. A behavioral health court's purpose is to work with individuals who have significant, verified mental health concerns. Then the BHC emphasizes collaboration to reduce and eliminate causes of criminal activity by connecting those participants with health care, additional services, housing employment assistance, among other things. The folks that are seen through the BHC get regular and direct meetings with the judge and designated staff for guidance and supervision. They also regularly meet to assess progress of each participant, who must generally choose to participate in the BHC rather than alternative or traditional criminal case and probation. So what is needed for our community to move forward with the BHC? There are financial resources that are required. Many of the individuals who would qualify for BHC don't have insurance. And if they do qualify for Medicaid, it is a complicated and lengthy process that can take months, and often that is too long for effective behavioral health intervention, which is the point of the BHC. BHC collaborators recently discovered an open opportunity for over $550,000 worth of federal granting money that requires local match in order to apply. The commitments for matching dollars are needed in April for the collaborators to prepare a timely application. This particular grant is through the United States Department of Justice and through the Bureau of Justice Assistance. The released NOFO highlights this as a justice and mental health collaboration program. It is going to be a tough grant to get, but we think that it is worth it. They're going to only award 25 grants nationally. So that's a lot of competition. That's not even one per state, if you think about it that way. But what we're trying to do with Behavioral Health Court fits right into this grant, and the collaborators feel like this is an appropriate opportunity. And even if we aren't awarded this one, we're going to continue to look for funding sources. So much of the information that we've pulled together and are sharing today, we would use in future grant applications, if not awarded this time. The maximum award, as I mentioned, is $550,000 to be used over 3 years, with the first year limited to $100,000 that focuses specifically on planning activities. So that first year is getting that collaboration really started, making sure you've got the right staff in place to do this, you have the right methods, all those things necessary to be successful. As part of this, we need to have matching dollars from the collaborators. Salina Regional Health Foundation has agreed to provide 1/3 of the $150,000 needed for match if 2 other entities commit to the remaining match. This means each sponsor, if we had 3, would need to provide $51,670 over the next 3-year term for the grant. The city and the county are being able to provide the match for the 2 other entities. We, of course, are addressing our request tonight, and then the county will be taking up the request on April 23rd, so tomorrow. This is kind of a unique grant in the fact that not just the fact that we're like 1/3 of the match, but we can choose to submit our match up front, or we can break that into payments over the 3 years. Our match also will vary based on the amount of money we've been awarded. What's being asked here today is if we were to receive the maximum $550,000 amount, but matches are based on percentages. So if we got less than that amount of money, our match would be less. The action in front of you today is to either A, approve the resolution authorizing the contribution of up to, as I mentioned, up to $51,670 as matching funds for U.S. Department of Justice grant, if awarded to the 28th Judicial Court in Salina County, Kansas, for the purpose of a behavioral health court, or 2, approve Resolution 248200 with amendments as deemed appropriate by the Commission, postpone consideration of the resolution and give further clarification and direction to staff, or 4, vote to deny the resolution, resulting in staff's inability to accept or apply for the recommended grant. Staff recommends option 1.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from Ms. Driscoll?
Nope.
How long a process is it to get the grant submitted? And as we know, there's a great need.
Yes, well, I think staff's done a lot of the work to really prepare the grant application. Even the material that's here in the blue sheet is very similar to the types of questions that you would get asked. And having already had to seek out partnerships for those matching dollars, a lot of the material is already developed. And staff's looked at this as kind of a long-term investment. Even if we don't get this grant, the work that we've put into writing the narrative, to getting the data, to making our case, we'll just reuse in other future grant applications if this isn't the one. So I think we're pretty ready to submit for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like if we were successful, then the anticipated beginning would be October 1 of this year. So,
Is there a minimum amount of grant that we need to receive in order to make this happen?
I am not aware of that number.
Okay.
if it's helpful, this is a function at the district court level. The municipal court does not have sufficient discretion to administer alternate sentencing, that type of thing. So I kind of view this as seed money to try to support the district court in their efforts. I can't speak for them in terms of if the grant is less, but I'm encouraged that we're starting to have this conversation.
Yeah.
I was going to say, I think we are prepared that if we don't get our requested amount, that we are keeping our eye on some other funding sources, but this is a good one to start with, and there's, I guess, no reason not to go for the full amount.
Yeah, I guess if it was not enough that would, we wouldn't be funding this because it wouldn't be enough to fund the district court's needs to make this position happen.
Well, I was going to ask something similar. Is there enough local resources to stand up even part of this program if the grant, I mean, the need is obviously there. We're just looking at a particular source of revenue, but if the need is great enough, are there other local resources that we can, or the court can come?
I think we would always try. And I think one of the challenges with programs like this when we go and seek funding is we never know what we're going to get until we get it. It's kind of like ESG. And so I think if the money came back and it was too less, we would probably come back to the commission seeking additional direction, saying, okay, this is how much we got. Do we want to try and pursue this? Here are other options. These are other funding sources, but we would definitely need additional direction and approval for those other funding sources.
As a little bit of additional background, there's been investigation, conversation ongoing, kind of led by the district court in terms of how you might stand something up in Salina County and Ottawa County. And so I think this is an opportunity for them to flesh out what that program might look like and what those costs might be. But in the event this isn't successful, I think the conversations are just ongoing. And we're a participant in that conversation, but we're not leading that conversation.
And that $700,000 total would sustain the program for the full 3 years?
Yes.
Okay.
And it is the hope that over the course of those 3 years, we keep looking for additional funding sources. We get a bit of a track record so that we can build this either into some kind of operational budget to say, this is an essential service now, or find other funding sources.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Any public comment?
Norman Salina. The problem is getting local officials to accept this help. I've been to Wichita at the VA several times talking about this mental health issue. The local officials do not want to accept help that is already available, especially for veterans. They've got it down there, and I've talked to them, but you local people don't want to accept it because it offends you. Well, nobody's going to tell us what to do. I've talked to Misty down there at the mental health issue. She says, we got the training available, but you won't accept it.
Any other comment? Bring it back for action.
Mr. Mayor, I move for approval of resolution number 24-8200, authorizing the contribution of up to $51,670 as matching funds for the U.S. Department of Justice grant if awarded to the 28th Judicial District Court, Saline County, Kansas, for the purpose of starting a behavioral health court in Saline County, Kansas, and authorizing the city manager to enter into an agreement with the Salina Regional Health Foundation and Saline County as equal co-contributors towards the total required matching funds.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8200, authorizing the contribution of up to $51,670 as matching funds for U.S. Department of Justice grant awarded to the 28th Judicial Court District. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. It appears we do support mental health. Item 6.5.
Item 6.5, Housing Authority Low-Income Housing Tax Credits Application, has two action items. Item 6.5A is to approve resolution number 24-8201, a resolution of support for Housing Authority of the Salina, a resolution of support for the Salina Housing Authority's application for low-income housing tax credits to help finance a multifamily development project located at 721 West Cloud Street. And item 6.5B is to approve resolution number 24-8202, waiving the commercial building permit fees associated with the Salina Housing Authority's multifamily development project at 721 West Cloud Street.
Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, the Salina Housing Authority has partnered with Knight Development to construct a new multifamily development as noted at 721 West Cloud Street. The development is composed of 48 units in 5 two-story garden-style apartment buildings on a total of 2.64 acres. The total project budget is expected to be $16.9 million. The development will consist of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. In order to increase the feasibility of the project, Salina Housing Authority and Knight Development are seeking tax credits. They are requesting a resolution of support to be submitted along with their application to the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation for low-income housing tax credits, or commonly referred to as LIHTC. The resolution of support is a mandatory part of the application, so they are seeking that. The developer plans to submit the application on their own, so LIHTC is not submitted on behalf of the city. We don't manage that application or that grant like we do some of our other programs. So no staff time will be allocated to the LIHTC process, simply the resolution of support coming out of this evening. The Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program offers a reduction in tax liability to investors who are doing eligible low-income residential housing developments. This is a pretty common residential incentive tool in many states, so nothing out of the ordinary there. In addition to the resolution of support, Salina Housing Authority is also requesting a waiver of building permit fees. The waiver of the fees shows community support that will help the application be more competitive. So there's a scoring system when the LIHTC applications go in, and one of the things that they can be scored on higher is additional local support beyond that resolution from the local governing body. For a project of this size, staff is anticipating the commercial building fees will be approximately $35,000 in permit fees and $10,500 in plan review fees, for a total of $45,500. Waiving the building permit fee is not an identified incentive within the City of Salina's housing incentive policy. We have acted on and waived building permit fees prior for Southview Estates, formerly known as Ryan Edition, and Aeroplanes Edition. The developer also plans to utilize IRBs or industrial revenue bonds for the sales tax exemption on construction materials, which would come before the City Commission at a future date. So as a fiscal note, there's no fiscal requirement of the City of Salina for the passage of the resolution or directly related to LIHTC. If Resolution 248202 is adopted, the city would be waiving approximately $45,500 in fees associated with the building permit. Therefore, the actions in front of you today is a resolution of support for the LIHTC application. You can either, 1, choose to approve the resolution, 2, approve the resolution with amendments, 3, postpone consideration of the resolution to a different date and give staff more direction, or 4, decline the resolution, thereby choosing not to support the low-income housing tax credit financing application. The applicant has also requested the waiving of permit fees, which is your second action, and you can either 1, choose to approve the resolution waiving the commercial building fees, 2, approve the resolution with amendments and give staff further direction, 3, postpone consideration to a specific date or time, or 4, decline that, thereby choosing not to waive building permit fees on this project. Stand for questions.
Questions?
Not so much a question, but I hate giving away money that city employees have actually earned in the building fees. When you look at the cost of the building fees against the total project cost, it's a small amount. I realize it's symbolic. And if all projects to not do it, and this would really look bad not to do it on a project of this type, but I'm just worried we're giving that away a little too frequently. It's just a comment.
So the applicant may be able to speak to it in more detail, but there is a scoring element to their application that involves local fee waivers or financial assistance. So that was somewhat one of the things that prompted the request in this proposed approach.
I do believe there are representatives of the application here.
Yes, I've seen the Housing Authority Director and several board members here, so if you would like to comment, please come forward.
Mayor, Commissioners, Eric Brown. I'm on the Housing Authority Board. I think I've been on since 2017. And my term ends in 2026. So we know that we've talked about housing in Salina at least since that time frame. The Housing Authority is a way, providing a way for those income qualified folks in that housing rung that we've talked about through the Live Salina housing plan. This is a way to activate new development. And we'll also, just as a background and reminder, we did come to you previously and we talked about in a study session a different location that was actually not perfect, and we took that feedback, and this is where we ended up at 621 West Cloud. So it's a better location, but this is a good way to support. And speaking, and I'll let Anna, she is on representing the development team, but Dr. Davis, the amount of, since 2020 or since post-pandemic, the competitiveness of these applications to the Kansas Housing Resource Commission has gone through the roof. So that just really helps solidify, and also shows, again, your continued support as a community on addressing these housing challenges across the state and your own community.
Are all these units income-based?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep. So that's the other thing, it adds additional units. I think there was an identified 1,189 units in the low-income rung that were short in the community, and this adds that. So Anna, I don't know if Anna wants to say anything else.
Anna, we can't hear you. If you, looks like you're unmuted, so I'm not sure.
She's saying that she would really like your support as well, I think. Let's boil it down here, yeah.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're still not coming through. I think it's got to be something on your end on your microphone. If you want to check your settings and try again.
Any chance you know her phone number and can?
Great question.
I've had to do that before myself.
So are you calling her?
Yeah, Anna, I'm going to give you a call.
While we're waiting, Mr. Andrew, could you turn the air conditioner back up, back down?
Thank you.
Well,
If there's any public comment while we're waiting, I guess.
Is there any other board members that'd like to speak?
sorry. This isn't awkward at all. Hang on. Anna, you there? Yep. Yep. Let's try this.
Yes, happy to. Can everyone else hear?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, wonderful. Yes, I would love to address the 9% application. It's real important for everyone to be aware that for the application to be a success with a 9%, it's extremely competitive, and it is based upon points. For a rural area like Saline County and
Anna,
Salina.
could you turn your volume down on your end, maybe, so that we're getting a lot of feedback on this end? So if you turn our meeting down.
It's too loud.
Can you mute your computer, your microphone? Not on your phone, but on your computer?
Or your speaker, actually.
Or your speaker, I'm sorry.
I'm muted. Still an issue.
A little bit.
Eric, if you mute yours. If you mute yours.
So sorry. I will try to speak
It's muted.
slowly.
Yep.
So we are asking for a waiver of fees, minimum of $40,000 to help the application be competitive in the 9% category. It's very important to have as many points as possible to help make the project competitive against other applicants.
I think so, yeah. Any other questions? Sorry, Anna.
Yeah, so this is Jacob Wood, Deputy City Manager. I've spoken with Anna multiple times about this process. And so the Kansas Housing Resource Corporation, who these applications go to, they get to kind of set their parameters for how they want to do this every year. And it has recently changed so that the more community support or local support you give, the better their application is going to score. And there's certain dollar amount thresholds that give you certain dollar or certain number of points. So $40,000 happens to be one of those thresholds that will give you an extra 5 points. If there's another one, I think at $80,000, we don't have enough fees in order to waive to get them to that point. But that building permit fees does get them at least in that first tier of support where it becomes more competitive with Kansas Housing Resource Corporation. So I think that's what she was trying to say there.
Yep.
And Commissioners, you may recall prior resolutions of support, we didn't have the conversation about that fee waiver, but this is a new approach implemented by KHRC.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I see this as another piece of meeting our housing challenges. And this amount of money is not going to make or break the city. And contrary to popular belief, the city doesn't make money on permanent fees. So, any other questions or comments? Any public comment? Please limit your time to 3 minutes.
Hello, Mark Lapis. Now, I have a problem with giving tax credits to Salina Housing Authority or the other agency because here's the main thing. Between you guys voting and as long as Lauren Driscoll's been in charge of various departments, you guys enacted all of this problem for the vast majority of it. Most of the things that have been enacted that you guys passed into law, ordinance, or her decision, building codes mainly, you can look at it, been tailored to dissuade small business owners, small landlords. Becomes pretty easy, and it's not safety stuff. I know, I talked to various people that work for her, but, oh, hey, someone says it, so it's got to be okay. No, got to use common sense. And the building, her department doesn't. That's why I have a problem with us spending this money for this and competition for private sector versus, say, ties to the city.
Any other comment? Bring this back for action.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8201, supporting the application for low-income housing tax credits submitted to the State of Kansas Housing Resources Corporation by Salina Housing Authority to construct a new multifamily development located at 721 West Cloud.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8201, supporting the application for low-income housing tax credits submitted to the State of Kansas Housing Resources Corporation by the Salina Housing Authority to construct a new multifamily development located at 721 West Cloud Street. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Bring us to resolution.
Mayor Longbine, I move we approve resolution number 24-8202, waiving the commercial building fees associated with the Salina Housing Authority's multifamily development project to be located at 721 West Cloud Street.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8202, waiving the commercial building fees associated with the Salina Housing Authority's multifamily development project to be located at 721 West Cloud Street. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay, thank you. That's been a long time in the making to get those apartments right now. So that's going to move us back up to item 7.3?
6.3.
Or 6.3? Yeah.
Item 6.3, authorize the city manager to sign the U.S. Department of Transportation fiscal year 2022 Rebuilt American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity, aka the RAISE grant, agreement number 693JJ3244028 for the old Smoky Hill River Bridge replacement.
Ms. Tasker.
Get my documents sorted out. Hopefully I can stay in order. Thank you, Martha Tasker, Director of Utilities. And I'm going to start with just an opening comment to give you a little insight to why you get a 14-page staff report from me, which would be pretty unusual for most times, but really wanted to go back and be able to explain how the River Renewal Project, including the Smoky Hill project with the Corps and the RAISE grant, tie together and what the potential city costs are and what that means as far as risks down the road with this agreement and just some further insight and to let you know up front that basically with this agreement with the U.S. Department of Transportation, the concept is that you're going to build the project as the scope is identified in the grant award, and that any costs over the grant award of the $22,112,620 come back to the city to pay those costs. So it's kind of why I put the additional effort in to bring you together on both of these projects. So I will start out with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project, and that project includes the major elements of some entrance works at the Billbrook Park, where we'd have influent gates, and then followed by a sediment removal basin, excavation of the sediment and disposal of the sediment from Billbrook to behind the community theater at the Western Star Mill Dam, channel shaping through that area, and then replacing the Western Star Mill Dam with some step pools to make up for the elevation change in water at the dam. In November of 2022, the City Commission approved converting the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers project from the Continuing Authorities program to the General Investigation program. With the Continuing Authorities program, it has a federal per project cost limit of $10 million. And whenever the cost share is over that, then it requires waivers to move forward. And in November of 2022, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers presented information on costs for the CAP program in comparison to the GI program. With the CAP program, the city's share was $11,115,000, and the federal share was $10 million, or their cap. So it exceeded the 50%, which would require the Assistant Secretary of the Army at Civil Works to approve that, and the district staff at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers did not think that would be very likely for the project to move forward, so they suggested the General Investigation Program, which has a 65-35 split and no upper limit on the project cost or any future costs, then would be split 65-35. The costs for the program, it included some dollars, $1.6 million for a feasibility study. $1 million of it is in the project costs we just talked about. The additional $600,000 would be split between the city and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, and that $300,000 will be accounted for later in our cost sheets. Just earlier this year, they got a congressional outlay of $400,000 to move forward with the feasibility study. In addition, we've asked for an additional $400,000 in 2025. The feasibility study would be completed in 3 years between 2024 and 2026, and design then would be completed and construction in the years of 2027 through 2030. So now I'll switch gears and talk about the RAISE grant. It's a little longer process, but basically it's a federal grant program, and it was through the U.S. Department of Transportation and the bipartisan infrastructure law. And the goal with that program was to improve transportation systems, make them safer, more accessible, sustainable for people across the country. So it was a U.S. Department of Transportation grant. In February, the city manager authorized HDR to prepare a grant application. The cost for that was shared between the Friends of the River and the city. In April, we submitted our grant application, and the project was titled 7 Bridges in Salina, Kansas, a rural community collaborating to increase safety, livability, sustainability, and connections. And the project did include 7 bridges, which overall that's roughly around $14 million with the contingency included. It included 3.4 miles of trails, lighting, and many other features, the retaining wall at the water treatment plant, maintenance facility and boat ramps, And then the 4th Street Plaza, which you've all seen many renderings of with the complete street and the boardwalk and the plaza. So the overall project was roughly $36.7 million. It was funded from the city of Salina, $8.3 million, Friends of the River, $3.4, totaling about $11.7 million, and the remaining $25 million was from the grant, and the actual maximum for this type of grant was $25 million. So basically trying to get the most out of the grant that we could. As the Raise Grant team was reviewing the grant, they sent an email requesting an immediate response to the asking if we would reduce the the grant application for $4.8 million, or if we would complete the full scope of the project, which had to do with the plaza area at 4th Street. And had a special city meeting and indicated we'd keep the project whole and look at the $4.8 million. Then got another contact from the Raise Grant Committee, and this time they wanted to break down of the plaza. And ultimately what they did was fund the street and the boardwalk and take out the plaza area, which was $2.8 million. So ultimately the grant award is minus the $2.8 million and roughly a $33.7 million project, but it also reduced their funding to the $22,112,620. So that's kind of how we got to where we are with dollars. The actual U.S. Department grant agreement, there's 3 parts to it. The first part is very project specific. Then there's several pages of the general terms and conditions, and then some exhibits with some additional regulatory requirements. So the base agreement is what was attached for us to sign today. And in that agreement, it indicates that everything in the general terms are really what we have to meet and apply to, and it talks about how we receive our reimbursement and funding and gives you a project schedule. It also talks about the contract dates, and this has caused us some concern through the course of it, but the notification of funding opportunity and our grant award letter spoke of 2 important dates, one being a funding obligation of September 30th of 2026, and the other being having all of our funds expended by September 30th of 2031. So all of the dates in our grant agreement rotate around those. So the preliminary design was to be complete by April 1st of 2026. All the construction complete by November of 2030, and hopefully all of the budget dollars asked for by June 30th and no more dollars after that. And that way we collect all of our dollars by September 30th of 2031. So those dates followed through. All of that is defined in the project-specific program. It talks about what the project is, and working with the Federal Highway and U.S. Department of Transportation, they scrutinized that list of items and found a couple of things that didn't match on the map versus the description, and those were removed because they weren't included in the cost. One was a pedestrian bridge, the other was the boat ramp. And obviously then the big change was taking out the plaza for the $2.8 million. Our current agreement includes 2 obligation dates. One is for the design phase, and it speaks to an allocation of dollars from the grant is $2,455,000 and change, and then the remaining of the engineering fee, which is somewhere between $1.5 to $2 million, would be by the city, and the second obligation would then be for the construction. And that's after all of the plans and specs and estimates are done. We have the property acquired, and the regulatory and environmental work is all done, which we've done, and that's completed. So goes through the budget a couple of different times. Then we kind of, once we get to the end of that document, then it goes into the general terms and conditions. And that's where it talks about the U.S. Department of Transportation administers a grant, and they approve any changes to the agreement now or in the future. And then it's administered by the Federal Highway Administration. They're the ones that we'll work with through the course of the project. And there's a lot of information about how we get reimbursed, and there's 32 pages in that document. I attached it, but I tried to pull out what I thought was important. And really what they're trying to do is get the recipient to understand what their obligation is with this agreement. And that if there's any changes or anything that you want to add, all of that has to get approved through them. But the biggest point to all of that is the fact that the $22,112,620 is the dollars that we'll receive from them. Anything over that is kind of takes us to a different explanation of where we need to go. So then the exhibits really give you some more federal regulations and some additional terms and conditions, but pretty standard for federal type projects. So based on that, you know, knowing that once we agree to sign this agreement, I felt obligated to make sure we knew what the project might cost us, considering we're 2 years of design and then construction's 4 more years after that, and trying to work with the HDR to develop what do we think those costs might be. And so Jacob has and so this is a table that HDR prepared and shared with us. And so basically the first 2 rows, or the first 2 columns, are the original application and the current agreement. And those dollars are basically from what we put in our application, and then the current agreement is what we spoke, taking out the $2.8 million for the plaza. And so you can see down at the bottom, the end story is the bottom row for us, and that's the non-federal share or the city share. So originally we were looking at somewhere in the region of the 11.6 million. And now in working with HDR, we looked at doing an estimate of what we think the project is today, and that cost was roughly the $28,335,562. That's the last time I'm going to say all those numbers in one row, because I might start getting them wrong. And that didn't include any contingency. And then we looked at, well, with the KDOT, their projected inflation is the 4.5% per year. So followed down with that. And then we looked at the engineering costs. And based on some of the information we're getting from our other projects, we're seeing that the engineering fees have increased. It's the challenge they're having with hiring technical staff. So added some dollars in for that. Obviously, we haven't negotiated a contract, so I can't speak to what is that exact number, but we added some additional dollars. The ESDC is Engineering Services, Design and Construction. Originally, when Mr. Stack was here, he was looking at the city staff providing that in our inspection group. I don't know if we'll be there and in a position to do that when we complete the project, so looked at a number for that to include in here, just so we're looking kind of at the worst case scenario. And then basically when the bottom row again is the important number, and there we're looking at roughly 17 million in lieu of the 12 million that we were originally looking at for the share from here. And talked a lot with the HDR and whether we think that number is good. We also did an upper number where we added 20% contingency. Really didn't spend a lot of time on that other than to develop a number at the bottom, but you can see that's considerably more, up to the $25 million range. We believe, and HDR can address this more, their three of their staff, at least three are online. But the thought is, if we do a good job of designing and pay close attention to what we're designing, my answer is we can't have gold doorknobs. You know, we got to look at what's practical, but we still have made a commitment to the community, to the quality and the project that we're going to put out. So we got to keep all of that in mind, but to really do a quality project with the overall cost in mind and keep that in mind as we go through. So we believe that that lower band and those numbers are a reasonable reach for us to get to there. And again, we can let HDR speak to that as we get further along and we get to questions. So we actually received the grant agreement from the U.S. Department of Transportation on April 1st, and they asked for us to respond by April 15th. I asked for an extension to get us through at least this city commission meeting till tomorrow. So that's a date that we've spoke with them as far as this. And I'm going to pass it off to Debbie to do the financial piece of this, and she can bring me in as she feels fit, or HDR. But I have to go back even a little farther in history, because this took us back to 2017. We actually did the river renewal. First master plan was completed in 2010. We had a vote on that, and it failed. So then eventually we did sales tax in 2016, and it passed. And it might have been kind of a blessing in disguise, because it made us come back and think about trying to right-size the project to Salina, Kansas. The original estimate, and I'll just round the numbers, was roughly $100 million, and took us into 5 or 6 or 7 phases over decades to complete. So then we did what we called right-sizing it, and determined that we probably should work, instead of a TPAC, to work downtown and try to make this an enhancement to our downtown and community. So we focused on that. And we did additional estimates, and I think in the 2019, our estimates were, in the $75, $80 million for the whole project. But we truly looked at several phases and decades to complete that. So as we look at the what we've got with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the RAISE grant, it's a huge project. We're up to about $60 million, and if we guess into the future dollars there, but it really gets us probably 2/3 of what we plan for or hope for out of our revised project. So it definitely has more dollars involved, but at the end we built a lot more projects. So I'm going to quit there and pass it on to Ms. Pack here to go through the financial portion.
Thank you, Debbie Pack, Director of Finance. Martha discussed kind of the project and how that history worked, and I just wanted to kind of cover the financial history of this project. As you may or may not recall, during the 2016 sales tax initiative, one of the commitments from the city was that we would commit not more than $1.3 million per year. That was at that time the debt for Kenwood Cove to this revised river renewal project. It was a limited project. It was very specific about what we thought we could do with that $1.3 million. But it was very slimmed down compared to what Martha had mentioned in the original 2010 project, because we felt like it was an amenity for the city. Given that gave us about $1.3 million from 2021 through 2036 to commit to this. A little bit more, a little bit before that from the Kenwood Cove. It gave us about $22.5 million that the city actually committed over that time frame. But that's not construction cost. That's finance. That's construction plus financing cost. So that equated to about $17 million in construction costs that we felt like we were going to be able to support through this commitment of the $1.3 million from the Kenwood Cove. thinking about that now from 2017, the value of that $1.3 million in 2017, today that cost would be about $1.6 million. So that's increased from $1.3 million. What we could provide back then for $1.3 million would cost us about $1.6 million today, and we didn't make that commitment from sales tax. What we did do, what we followed in the next table that Jacob will bring up is the original $17 million commitment. This kind of shows us how how that's been allocated. We broke that down into the two projects because we feel like this is a big project. It's not the core or the raise grant project. So we started with $17 million. We've spent about $3.9 million in preliminary design to date. If you add in the city matches for both of those and take out what the Friends of the River has committed, which is about $4 million, there's some other costs that aren't included in either of these projects, which is property acquisition, water rights, paying for those grant documents, and the feasibility study for the U.S. Corps of Engineering project. We come up with about a $12 million shortfall from that original $17 million. As you know, the original commitment for this project was from sales tax. And we've seen over the last few years that sales tax has been doing very well. We've been up 8, 9, 7% a year or year over year. In fact, since 2017, we collected for the special sales tax purpose about $8.6 million in 2017. In 2023, we collected $11.2 million, which is about a 29% increase since 2016 or 2017. However, we are seeing that number go down. Now, we have committed a lot of that money, though. We've seen that growth, but we've committed a lot of that money, and we've seen this, we've committed to debt payments. We've committed to the downtown streetscape program. We've committed our river renewal money. We've committed maintenance for Kenwood Cove. We've committed capital purchase dollars, tax stabilization. Some of these are flexible. I mean, you have the flexibility to change those dollars. But really, with the growth that we've seen today, there's really no more capacity in there to increase the value for the river renewal project if things go like we expect them to go today. So staff, we had to come up with some ideas because you want to know how we can fund this. So we ran some numbers and we were looking at things. And so the next table, Jacob, is some options that we came up with. As you know, the general fund balance has been going up. I think the end of 22, it was about $23 million. The estimated number at the end of 23 is that the fund balance in the general fund will be around $30 million. So we felt like there was some capacity there to take some funding from the general fund. Our kind of option here was to take $5.5 million from that general fund balance. As part of the project, Martha mentioned a retaining wall down by one of the utility facilities. We felt like maybe the better option for that particular cost was to have that be paid out of the utility fund. That's about $1.5 million. We do have some ARPA funding left that we haven't spent. As you recall, when we got ARPA money, we got about $7 million back in 2021 and 2022, and we went through a whole exercise of where did we want to spend that money. A couple of those part of that was $500,000 to the river renewal project, which we have not put in there yet. Another $500,000 was to the debt service reserve, which we feel like we could get away with not using that there and redirect that here. The other option we had, we thought, for you, was to take some of this funding from streets because we feel like a lot of the cost that we're incurring for bridges and things are really street related. So in this model, we took $2 million from streets, which gave us a subtotal of about $10 million. It still left us about $2 million short. So our option to give you was that if we supported that with bonds paid by our property tax, that would cost about $75,000 for each $1 million that we bond, and $1 million is $521,000 annually. So if we debt finance $2 million, that'd be an annual debt service of $150,000, which is about 0.3 mils that we wouldn't currently have in what we've committed to our debt financing plan for now. We did have some conversations today about maybe raising that amount from streets to $5 million, and if we bonded that $5 million out of streets, that would be an annual payment of about $370,000. And if we took that from the $3.7 million annual allocation from sales tax, that would still leave them with about $3.3 million for their funding of streets. So we're just throwing out options so that you can see there's some availability. That's really what I have. I'm sure Mike has more to add to that, and I can answer questions as you have them for any of that financing side.
So as one clarification, total annual spending on streets, not just sales tax?
Between 8 and 9 million is what I had in my head.
Yes, because we do use sales tax, or we do use gas tax of about $2 million. We also get federal fund exchange, which is about $500,000. So it's about $7 million, I would say, annually. 6 to 7 million, you're about right.
So Ms. Pack mentioned started the fiscal note conversation with that original 2016 marketing that was done for the sales tax, and we wanted to be sure to point that out to you. And it was worded as a slimmed down approach. It was worded as not more than $1.3 million per year out of the sales tax that was being proposed, depending on, so a couple things, I guess. We've certainly had conversations since then. We've had community meetings about both the timing and whether we wanted to pursue additional funding. The conversation at the time was more directed at the core. The RAISE grant opportunity came up after that. But there was a deliberate public hearing process and conversation about pursuing the core funding, recognizing the timing of that, and recognizing that we'd have to sort out the cost and what that might look like. Depending on your direction and where we might end up, if you felt strongly that we wanted to continue to cap our expenditures of the sales tax at the $1.3 million, I think if you go back to the table that we had previously, the rest of that is allocation of funds from other sources. And one other thing to elaborate on is the retaining wall. That the reason for attributing that out of the utility fund is that is just a structural concern about the need to stabilize that retaining wall independent of a river project to maintain the functionality of our operations there on 4th Street. So, but I don't want to make light of the significance of the the cost the gap that we're trying to close. I guess one question that Ms. Tasker, I don't know if you know the answer to, but the thing that we talked about was committing, if we executed the agreement with the Department of Transportation at this point, put it to bid, designed it, put it to bid, would we have the opportunity to pause if the bids were not favorable, if we didn't want to proceed further?
I did have a chance to talk with HDR on their recollection of this, and I tried to contact the Federal Highway Administration staff that we've been working with, did not get an answer from them, but in previous discussions, we talked about that we could get to have the bid letting and it's not favorable, and we could decide not to go on with the project at that time, and the option there would be then you'd be giving up the grant money and would pay for the engineering 100% at that time, if that makes sense to you.
Yes.
So the 2.4 million design phase that comes out of the grant, we would not receive that.
We would not receive, is our understanding, because we wouldn't be continuing with the project as the scope is. I haven't confirmed that with the Federal Highway Administration, but from my previous discussions, that's looks like the decision is made to always be in the benefit of the U.S. Department of Transportation, and that we wouldn't be carrying on with the project. Now, the thing I haven't determined that we're still trying to look at is if we paused, is there some time frame that we could pause before we went forward and still stay within the guidelines of the agreement? And that's the answer that the local Federal Highway Administration is looking for me, but I haven't heard back.
Because there's kind of a drop dead date there of when we have to spend the dollars. So you're asking if we pause, could we move that?
Yes.
Is there any way to move that?
Is there any way to move that, date? And, you know, the agreement and these dates are kind of set by the award and that type of thing. But as they go forward and other communities end up in the same boat, not to make fun of anything, but that to where the costs are greater than what they were when we put it together in 2022, or we're doing our best estimate to look, you know, several years down the road, and I just want to give you at least the full picture before you make your decision. But that seems to be the way it would lay out. We'd have some time, but I can't tell you what that is right at this moment.
So in that scenario, we'd have a full set of plans. It'd be a difficult decision to make, but if the bids weren't favorable, we'd choose not to go forward with that scope, and then we find ourselves regrouping in terms of what scope we might be able to pursue.
But I would guess that we'd be looking at trying to break the project into more bite-sized increments that we could fund or move forward with. Is that where you're
Yeah,
what
I
you're
think then we're,
talking
we
about,
started out with a slim down approach. We've tried to pursue available funding to leverage our investment, and then we might be trying to go back to some slim down approach.
So, you know, tried to look at the bigger picture and keep an open mind for myself, because I realize this is a lot of dollars. But at the end of the day, we're getting a lot of project for about 50 cents on the dollar. We just have to decide if that additional cost is something we can afford and work through.
Without the $22 million, what do we accomplish?
Right.
I'm asking. Was it
Without the 22 million? Well, originally, the Corps will get the water moving for us, and we'll put our 7.6 million or whatever in for our share of that. Then, Debbie, what would we have left to spend on this project?
About $5 million, $4.5 million.
After we take the engineering out. That's where I was headed. I was going to say less than
Well,
five.
that would be the engineering, so we wouldn't have anything left.
Well, I thought the engineering might.
Yeah.
I thought we were working our way into not having a lot of dollars left if we stick to the original amount of dollars and what we spent, and then paying for the engineering. And I'm just using the guess of $4.5 million of what we see in here, because we haven't negotiated it, but we've tried to, tried to be reasonable in a percentage that you see on some projects. So we went from kind of a skimpy project in the beginning with not a lot of funding to where every time we turned around, we got some dollars, but some city share to go with it. And now we're kind of to a point where the costs are uncertain enough that it just seemed like we had to tell you what they might be down the road, because of the middle of the construction period is 4 years out from now, and trying to decide what does that really cost us. And our plans were based on 30% design. HDRs went through those and looked to see where they think, we would really be if we built the project. And we're less than 30 million, but we don't know what that means in 4 years from now. So just tried to be as honest with you as we can to give you a heads up. But
and I guess one additional point, Ms. Tasker touched on it, but the value of the 7 bridges is about $14 million, which is benefit to the street system. Those bridges or box culverts are in our current inventory, but I want to be clear that you've seen before our inventory of bridges and our CIP planning. It's not as if those are in imminent need of repair and replacement independent of the river project. It would all be new in our system that would avoid considerable maintenance cost in the street side of things going forward, but it's not a one-for-one existing need. It would be an investment in our system.
You mentioned the Corps getting the water flowing. We have still not got commitment, have we, to approve the Corps' part of the project?
They did get funding for beginning the feasibility study, which is the first step in their opinion. When they start on a feasibility study, that's a pretty good indication they're going on with the project, or they would spend the money somewhere else instead. So the local district office and even the office in Oregon are really thinks this is a great project for them and would like to see it go forward. So all I can say is they're promising good things, but I don't think the check's in the mail yet. But
Yeah,
they've got funding to get started.
That's my concern, us making this commitment going forward and then them breaking their promise. So,
And unfortunately, the two projects kind of marry together well. If you do the core project without the RAISE grant, then we don't meet the expectations of trails and being able to do the recreational part down by the water. So it's, I can make an argument for one side versus the other side, but in talking with the Corps, and I know Friends of the Rivers talked with the Corps a little bit too to try to determine where we're at, and Senator Moran has helped push some of this along for us with the Corps and also with the U.S. Department of Transportation to kind of speed up their working through the agreement because they were taking a little longer than we cared for. So he's done a great job of helping us with getting the funding that we've got to date. So in talking with the Corps, haven't talked to headquarters about that, but between our local office and then Oregon office, they're really high on this project and speak highly of it and think it's a great project. They've been here, they've toured it, they've looked at it. So there isn't any reason it shouldn't go forward. The thought might be that instead of getting X dollars on the very first day for construction, what I've seen and what others have saw is you will get a portion of the money and you'll do this part, and this part. You might get funding over a couple of years to complete the construction. But like I say, I can't promise the check's not in the mail, but they gave us a high recommendation for the project. I think it's a good project. So
as much as we'd like this to be a very linear process and be able to tell you everything's come together at the same time, Martha's been working incredibly hard to try to pursue these options, work with the different agencies, and we're at a decision point for you.
We should be good at that. We did downtown that way, so we should be comfortable working with some unknown variables.
So what's the dollar amount of that core amount that we're talking about?
our share
Yeah. Well, their share.
with the, make sure I'll be as accurate as possible here.
I've got so many numbers.
Looking at the GI program, the project right now is $21,315,000, and that's what they presented in November of 2022. Their share is $13,705,000. The city's share is $7,610,000.
So if the Corps backed out, we'd have that 13 million as an additional liability besides what we're discussing.
Yes.
Or we're talking revising scope
Yeah. So
of the project.
we often did, before they got this round of funding, we have had discussions, what if the Corps doesn't come through, what could we build? And some of their requirements go away, but the cost of the project is still probably, I don't know that we'd save thousands or millions of dollars doing it independently without their requirements. And they also help us with the regulatory requirements in NEPA, so it goes a lot smoother with them involved.
So our 7 million, because I've got so many numbers written down here, our 7 million to offset the Corps equals the 12 million that we're short. Adds into that or not?
The project, let's see, that's the second slide.
That's included.
Yes, it's included. I thought I'd just go back and point to what was in
That's
each
what
one.
I'm asking, so
Yes.
that, okay.
Yes. There's our city match at $7,610,000. Then we also have the water rights in there and the additional $300,000 for the feasibility study that's not in the current contract estimate. So
We've already paid that $960 for the water rights? Or
no, we haven't paid for that.
Do we have an agreement on that?
We have the permission from the Kansas Water Office for that and are lined out for it, but we haven't pulled the trigger to buy that.
We haven't pulled the trigger or signed the document?
Right.
Okay.
But we have obviously counted for that in our budget as we've been carrying forward, so that's in there. And then on the raise grant side, we've got the design and financing, the city match of dollars that we kind of allocated as a minus, and we have the 4th Street Plaza as a cost. Have Friends of the River in as an adder. We have about $600,000 in property acquisition, and then the $60,000 cost was the grant document.
The 4th Street Plaza was pulled out of the amount of funding on the raise grant, but there's still, that's a requirement of scope of work that we still have to build.
And we, in our special meeting, indicated that we would build the project
To the scope that we submitted.
Yes, that we submitted, and that we would fund that. The good news, we thought we were out of pocket, if I can call it good news, $4.8 million, and then they came back and included for the 4th Street and the boardwalk, the $2 million they put back in. So I know why your head hurts because of all these numbers, because mine has hurt for about 2 weeks now, trying to make sure I have these numbers right. And Debbie and I have been through them numerous times, trying to make sure what did we miss and going back and forth so that we could show you, I think this is kind of the accurate picture of how the two projects lay out together, and they work well with each other. One gives you water and the other one gives you the bridges and the ability to recreate near the water and the trails. So together they go well. It just went from a very small project to a larger project with larger costs, but I don't think it was ever a vision that we would be able to potentially maybe be able to afford this big of project. So
How long before, and this is probably the dumbest question I ask all day, how long do you anticipate it being before we hear from the Corps that they will fund?
the actual construction,
Yeah, that we get okay, we're good to go?
they will have to complete their feasibility study before we'll get that blessing.
And when do we expect that
We
blessing?
expect that to be completed in 3 years. Is kind of a wild stretch, but somewhere between probably in 2025, late 2025 or early 2026.
So we'll be ways down the road before we know where the
Before we
Corps'
get a solid answer from them on that. So that's kind of why I put in that schedule, so it helps you see. They match up well with actual construction, but that's,
doesn't match up well with my decision-making, though.
I understand that, and the costs. It's, because I always like to say the check's in the mail, but I can't even tell you the check's in the mail here because it's just a promise from talking with their district and headquarters and what they think of the project, so. But I felt compelled to tell you the whole story
I appreciate that.
with lots of numbers to give you lots of thinking power.
I know it came up in some individual conversations about segregating these funds if you chose to allocate them, so I might ask Ms. Pack to speak to that a little bit.
Currently, we have the project set aside with all other capital projects. We could create a separate construction fund for the River Renewal Project, and we have the statutory authority to transfer those funds into a capital improvement project. The benefit to that is we see what's there. We can always, it's all by itself, and we would be able to do that statutorily pretty easily.
So that was my request.
So on the, I don't understand on the sales tax distribution, you said 1.3
Yes.
million. Is that all that's allowed to because of the vote that was put in?
That's what we committed to in in the publication that we sent out for that.
So there's no way of taking any of the excess sales tax and putting
No,
that towards
we
it?
have not.
I mean, is it possible or?
Yeah, I hesitate, well, the ballot language was not that specific. The marketing for the ballot initiative is this language that we provided you. So I'm not necessarily suggesting that you disregard that initial commitment. If anything, I think what we've shown you is ways to take all the other revenue generated by that sales tax in excess of the 1.3 and use it for other purposes, and then backfill that shortfall with revenue other than the sales tax.
Does that sales tax sunset? at
Yes,
some
on
point?
2036.
2036, that's right. Think we'll get the project done by then?
Probably not. Oh, maybe.
I think Martha,
I got
Ms. Tasker
2036 and
according to
2026
Martha's numbers,
confused. Yes, we should have the project done by then.
Good. I know.
However, as you bond things with support from that specifically, you can only bond out to 2036 because you don't have a commitment beyond that, if that makes sense. You don't have a revenue stream beyond that to support debt payment.
All right. So any of these assumptions about payment beyond that out of the street budget, out of general fund budget, not the sales tax fund.
Well, that takes time, I know. And I think people are still behind the project, and that's obvious from attendance here today, but
Well, we have nothing if we don't go out on a limb. And
That's
the limb,
right.
The limb looks reasonably sturdy, considering what we have without it.
so by signing this, we're committed.
Well, it's back to that one additional opportunity to bid it out, see how we fare with the bids, and that would be your one remaining point to pivot, I believe.
And that would be bid out as one whole project?
Well, Ms. Tasker, do you want to speak to that? That's an element of this as well, in terms of our negotiations with the Department of Transportation.
That's currently how the project is put together as one project. Some would argue that creates some issues. Others would, for me, I would say, we got a contractor managing all of the different. If you had 3 contractors working, somebody has to keep them out of each other's way on the project. And if it's a single contractor, then they're required for the coordination of the entire project and getting this piece of work done to line up with the next piece of work so they're not in each other's way. And this is a large enough project. There's a lot of connecting pieces to fit together. So we might think that if we bid it, and we could let HDR speak to this, they're on the line, but we might give the option to complete the construction early, which might be a contractor that would choose to do that, and then they don't have the cost for general conditions to keep everybody on the site for that extra year. And I think at one estimate on that, it could be $1 to $1.5 million savings by doing that. And we'd give the contractor that option, and also spend time keeping all the contractors in the loop about the project and keep them involved as the construction comes together to make sure they're on board when the project comes out and they're interested in bidding the project. So I have a few contractors that are still calling and wanting to know when. And now, when in 2 years could be different than now, but there are different contractors interested in the project. So that's about, I guess, my comment there. Unless, would you like HDR to provide any input, or at this time, would that be helpful? They're online.
Gonna work?
Yes, I can hear you, but you're not very loud yet.
Good evening. My name's Corey Imhoff. I'm the Senior Vice President with HDR. Martha talked about it a little bit. Whenever a large general contractor comes in and tackles a project like this, we do think there's some ability to accelerate and even improve on the schedule that's in the grant, and we think that they may bid that approach and save some money in that by compressing their schedule. It's a little bit counterintuitive, but large contractors that do this kind of work, the sooner they can get the job done and move on to their next project, if they can do it reasonably efficiently, they can save some money and get on to the next project and make some more. So we think that that's a good approach. There's also some, just right up front, we think it's really important that we get multiple contractors involved. So, our staff committed to working with Martha and the city staff to really make sure we have as good a competition at that bidding time as we possibly can. We think that's a really important aspect of the project as well. And then, we've talked a lot about looking for opportunities to economize on the lengths of the structures, the widths of the structures, the trail width, the trail surfacing, what the aesthetics look like. We think there's opportunities in here to really control the project costs. And that's the first thing that our team will want to dig into, is really looking at it from a value engineering perspective before we jump off and go down a different path in order to try to pull these costs down to the bare minimum and still meet the commitments of the RAISE grant. We do think there's some possibilities there, and we've had some really good conversations, in advance of this meeting here tonight along those lines. So available for any questions though, Martha, if you guys have any.
Questions? Okay, thank you.
While you're at the podium, the one other question is the April 23rd deadline that's been imposed on us to respond to the Department of Transportation.
That was the date. They asked for April 15th, and I responded back that we didn't, it didn't work in line with our city commission, and asked if we could have an additional week to get done, and they agreed to that. We've put some pressure on them to get their approval done of this agreement, and so they're under the impression that we're anxious and in a hurry to move, so they're turning things around for us fairly quickly right now. Would that be a safe comment?
Yeah, I think so.
Trying to say that correctly.
As you can see, the award was in August of 2022, and Martha's been working with them ever since on the agreement. So it's taken a while. There has been ongoing conversation about trying to move it along. Between the time that we received it, April 15th date they proposed, and today, we've been staffing it through with HDR to try to give you this level of detail of your consideration. So we've been double timing it ourselves.
If we were committed to this project today, are we looking at down the road at determining where to find the alternate $12 million? Like, we don't have to do that right now.
We've tried to lay out for you a proposed scenario. It certainly could be different. It certainly could change over time, but tried to at least show you a potential roadmap of how we would do that if that turns out to be the number. If we're able to value engineer and realize savings, it may not need to be that much. Part of the conversation about segregating funds was an anticipation of if you, as a governing body, said, you have a higher level of comfort if those funds are set aside and retained until we know more, we can certainly do that.
But the difference, like all these options, you came down and you had a couple different options for property tax versus taking more out of streets or something.
Right.
Like that. A decision made later.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you, as a governing body, had feedback today that whether you felt like part of this merited coming out of streets and give us that direction, that could certainly be factored into the financial planning.
Well, we knew it wasn't going to get any cheaper as time went on, so.
I have some additional comments and stuff too, but I think I'd like to hear from the public first, and then. bring it back to the commission.
Yeah, and I guess I was, it's been a learning process for me because when we received the raise grant, I thought, well, we'll be breaking ground in the fall. And, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Gustav Appelquist, and I'm a member of the Board of Directors of Friends of the River. Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I believe the projects we choose to take on in Salina say a lot about who we are and who we want to be. We have seen that when people and organizations come together to work on a common cause, the whole community grows and is positively impacted. Salina has become a city known for its ability to dream big, work hard, and ultimately flourish. Our tax dollars are a precious resource that must be spent deliberately and strategically. They must be invested in projects, programs, and services that will bear fruit today and well into the future. While the action you are considering today directly affects the bridges and transportation elements of this project, have no doubt it will affect the success of the project as a whole. Committing to restoring the Smoky Hill River Channel in Salina is committing to a trail system that will allow people to recreate. It is committing to a revitalized ecosystem worth learning from and exploring. It is committing to reconnecting to our past and to our founding. And it is committing to a bright, bold, and beautiful future for Salinans young and old. Over the past decade or two, this community has worked hard to grow and be better. It is remarkable how far we have come. If you talk to people in other communities across Kansas and the states beyond, it is clear that we have something special here. We have captured lightning in a bottle. And now is the time to take another big step forward. Please authorize this action. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Angie Lastly, and I'm here today as a representative, as the President and CEO of the Salina Family YMCA. And on behalf of my board chair, Pastor Alan Smith, who was unable to be here, we wanted to share just a few comments from our perspective. For those that have not been through a project like this or have had an opportunity, it can be very scary. When the commission is talking about numbers in the millions, I know that taxpayers cringe sometimes and think about what that is actually worth and how our tax dollars are being utilized. But the key for us as a community, in order to be able to continue to grow and to sustain our people from leaving Salina, our young people who are continuing to leave for larger communities, but also to be able to be a community that people come back to, as I did 12 years ago. And I think it's really critical that we understand a couple of different key pieces to what's happening. As City Manager mentioned, the streets and bridges are going to have to be dealt with at some point. They may not be emergent, but there is going to be a cost at some point. And having this opportunity with the GRACE grant to be able to apply those dollars now is going to be a game changer, because we know that those risks and those costs are just going to increase over time. We also know that by breaking up projects, anytime somebody's done a capital campaign or a large project, if you start breaking it up into pieces, it is going to cost more money in the long run, not only in time of staff, but in time of contractors and resources. We are at the forefront of creating something pretty amazing here in Salina. And if you've ever been to a community that has one of these river walkways or the access, we are going to be able to connect neighborhoods in our community like we've never done before. To be able to take somebody from the east side of Salina at Bill Burke and take them all the way through to Lakewood and connect all of those neighborhoods in between, there's nothing else like it in our community that can do that. So this project hits on a lot of different areas that I would like to just highlight. We talk about recreation. Trails was one of the #1 items on all of their surveys that have been done through the city's own Parks and Recs Department and city planning. An overall wellness component as we continue to battle obesity and kids spending more times indoors and on tablets than they are outdoors doing recreation. Family activities, education, community synergy that we haven't seen since we were talking about doing the downtown development. And now we've done a lot of other projects that are specific, that hit specific user groups, but this is a project that's going to hit many, many user groups, not only for us now, as Gus mentioned, but for generations to come. So earlier today, May, you guys talked about the proclamation for biking in May. We talked about the importance of Arbor Day, and there's no better day than today being Earth Day for the city of Salina to take a risk and jump on this and to better our community. Thank you.
Norman Mann, Salina, you know we're in a lawsuit with the federal government over water rights. The Wheatland's a Great Bend. That's still in the courts. It's going to be about water rights. That's still in the courts. And there's going to be more. We are having a severe drought. You won't be able to divert that water. It's against the law to dam, divert, or disrupt the natural flow of water. These dams are coming out. They're already taking them out up in the northwest. I get a newspaper from up there in the northwest. These dams you got around here are illegal. So the government will cut down the tree.
Good evening, Commissioners. Renee Dexler, President and CEO of the Salina Area Chamber of Commerce. I did not prepare remarks, and I don't want to repeat what Angie and Gus have so eloquently already said, but I would say from an employer perspective and a business perspective and an economic development perspective that we wholeheartedly support this project and would like to continue to see it to its fruition. We know workforce development is one of our most critical issues right now, and I do congratulate you and thank you for your work you already did this evening with the housing approval and the BHC approval. I think this is just one more piece of the puzzle as we continue to grow our community and look to retain and recruit talent. I know, added expenditures definitely gives people heartache and heartburn, but I do think this is a well worth investment in our community. Our employers have invested quite a bit. We want to continue to make sure we can grow, and I do think that this is a project that is well worth that investment and effort. So just from our perspective, we certainly support it and would like to continue to see it move along. Anecdotally, as we have candidates who come into town, and we see a lot of them because we do customized community tours at the Chamber of Commerce, the number one thing that gets excitement from our candidates in town is when we talk about the river project and what the potential of that could be. And so it's a major selling point for us as we recruit and try to retain talent. So thank you.
Mayor, Commissioners, Rosemary Mai, Salina, Kansas. That's a big decision to make and have it done in one night, that you have to have it done by tomorrow to make this decision. That's an awful lot of money to spend not knowing whether the Corps of Engineers is going to commit or not. And I'm opposed to taking money out of the streets and the bond of the property tax. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Good evening. Rafael Mendez, no one of note. My perspective will be anecdotally and will be a perspective from somebody who just moved here 4 years ago. And when I think about what's going on in Salina and everything that is proposed for the future, I get really excited for my family. I get excited for the folks that are coming in. And I really start to think about some things that I've been working on every single day for the last few weeks, and that's moments of truth. And how we're approached with these moments of truth where we make decisions, and these decisions have a much further and wider ripple effect than we may consider. And I wholeheartedly believe where we're at today, what's in front of you, is one of those moments of truth. And the decision you make can help define Salina's identity in a way that uplifts our history and the legacy. And like any project, they start way long before anyone really realizes how many pieces have to come together to form a larger picture. And I had a small part in bringing Leadership Kansas to Salina for the first time in the 7 decades of this program existing last year. Never had they been to Salina. And we took 40 of the most distinguished, most influential, most impactful leaders across the state. And we spent 3 days here in Salina. And overwhelmingly, the feedback we got was how amazing the town was. How bold the decisions that were made have put us in front of so many other towns. What was interesting to me was that over all of that feedback, the one piece of fabric that was woven throughout the entire piece was that there was so much collaboration between private, public, city, community, and everything in between. Those folks went to their communities, asked how they can be more like Salina. They're coming back with their families, excited, and the River Project was exactly one of those that was highlighted during their time. In fact, the visit went so well, not because of me, but because of so many of you in this room that participated. They'll be back here in August with 40 new influential and impactful leaders. So I ask us to take this opportunity. I ask you to approve what's in front of you, to show and to call out, not just to the state and the surrounding area, that we are literally and figuratively building bridges. Thank you.
Don Booz, 2532 Angus Lane, Salina. Don't know if I'll be as eloquent as Raphael, but I have a different perspective too. I'm a Johnson County transplant. I'll be at 20 years now. But I can say that with some of the work that we've done the last several years, I'm proud that my daughter moved back from Overland Park to be here in Salina and raise her daughters and her husband together. But as I look at the perspective of the community, we've talked about many things, but we don't have mountains, we don't have a beach, we don't have a lake here. So our natural amenity is the river. It's one thing that we have that can be enhanced and that will deliver some return. At the same time, given its location, the city and county are already invested in Kenwood Cove, both of the parks, the field house, the Tony's Event Center. I think there was a $13 million investment a few years ago. But this investment would further the dollars already invested there, as well as downtown. We see a lot of things coming to town. Backseat is coming. We know Pure Imagination Studios is coming from California with scores of 6-figure jobs. Other exciting things that are coming to the community over the next few years. Tourism, I can assure you, is very strong right now in Salina. It's actually really amazing. And we've talked a lot about cost tonight, but cost is half of the equation. There will be a return to these dollars. I know they're large, but there will be development along the river. It will increase tourism. It will bring people to town. It will help the chamber locate people. So I feel like it's a good investment in the community. I think we've seen the Secretary of Commerce very excited about investing in Salina the last few years. I think there's a lot of things to build on, and this does take some vision, does take risk, but I do think, remember, there is a return to this investment over time. Thank you.
Mayor and Commissioners, thank you, Guy Walker, 137 Overhill. A lot of what I was thinking of saying, everybody said, and much more eloquently than I would. But I wanted to say I certainly respect that this is a difficult decision. These kinds of decisions always are. And I'm reminded of times we were up here talking about downtown and other things, you know, asking for the city to take these steps. towards investing in our community. And certainly understand there's risk associated with it, but at the same time, I think we have to remember that there is still $22 million coming from the federal government. I mean, I know these are big numbers, but it seems to me it would, for our community to be able to leverage $22 million from the federal government and more when it gets approved via for the work on the actual channel. It seems like we really ought to take advantage and utilize those dollars and leverage them. The other thing I would say to me is you look at the city of Salina, and it is reinvesting in the core of our community. It's reinvesting in the oldest part of the city, and I think that's important to continue to do. And as an investor, as Blue Beacon being heavily invested in downtown Salina, we think this will continue to just help, as Dawn mentioned, to leverage the dollars that have already been spent downtown and continue to grow, and really I think help the downtown. I think it helps substantially in the long term for that to be sustainable. So thank you very much. I'd encourage you to move forward tonight.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. John Blanchard. I live at 250 South 9th Street. As Guy said, a lot of people touched on a lot of things that I had in my mind as well. I just want to touch on a couple things. One Guy mentioned, and that is that if you visualize this river, it touches just about every single neighborhood in this community that is experiencing neglect and blight, with the exception of North Salina. So one thing, just right out the bat, I'm obviously in favor of this. I was in favor of it when I was on the commission and we passed the sales tax. The voters passed it, but we placed it on the ballot. I think we need to, Peter Drucker said leadership is about doing the right things. I think the river's the right thing. I also think infill development's the right thing. I think we can do them both together. Management is about doing things the right way. And one of the concerns I have is that when we passed the sales tax back in 2016, I was under the impression that $1.3 million a year was going to be earmarked for this project. And so I'm kind of surprised to hear that there was no lockbox and that we just don't know where that money is. So I'm a little concerned about that. If you backed up to, if you remember the slide that had some of the funding on it, it mentioned taking it out of the street. Well, the street wasn't, the $2 million in streets weren't $2 million for normal repair. It was try to catch up on deferred maintenance, which in 2016 was about $130 million. And we only do about $2 million a year. So with inflation and everything, we don't even keep up with that. But anyway, so I'm not going to offer a recommendation for you guys. I'm going to just ask you guys to think about, your role as leaders and doing the right thing. And that's not only to say the river project, because I do think it's a benefit to the community, always have. I said back in 2016, it's not going to clean up itself. And so I hope that you'll find a way forward on this thing. I hope you'll also take the suggestion of officially sequestering those funds that are supposed to go into the river project to make sure that at least from this point forward, they go into the river project. And last of all, in the last 30 seconds I have, there are a lot of people in this room that deserve a lot of thank yous. Jane Anderson and all the Friends of the River, there's some, but also people in Colorado. Jeff Schumacher with Greenway Foundation, early on. Dana Crawford, early on. A lot of folks, John Jones and Ken Wright with Wright Water Engineering. So a lot of people have been involved with this since Martha said 2010, and I hope that you'll continue it, but I also hope that you'll keep the taxpayer in consideration when you decide which ways you're going to fund it. Thank you.
So if I can, just want to clarify, the concern about the funding is valid. I want to clarify something in case we miscommunicated that or it was misunderstood. The $1.3 million has been accounted for. It's been budgeted. It's in the sales tax fund, and that's something that we've been sharing with you.
I'll clarify that because 2 years ago, we had this conversation, and we chose that we were going to take the funding out of the sales tax fund and transfer it to the project fund. We did that, we trued it up 2 years ago, so all of that funding annually is going into the project fund. It's not sitting in the sales tax fund anymore.
So thank you for that clarification. So the conversation we're having is not about finding those committed funds, it's funding the additional expense.
Hi, Catherine Kitchen. I live at 413 East Beloit Avenue. The investment in quality of life in our community is integral to the success and viability of Salina's future. Salina has completed many community projects, including the ball fields, a tennis complex, and the field house. While these projects have increased offerings to our community and beyond, they do not provide the same access as the river project and its trail system can provide the community as a whole. It does not take equipment, registration fees, or a team to enjoy all that the Smoky Hill River can offer. It is accessible to all, no matter their mobility or socioeconomic status. It will provide children and adults access to nature. The project capitalizes on an amazing natural asset running through the heart of Salina. The opportunity to have 50 to 60% of the project paid for by the federal government and speed the timeline is unique. Please support the RAISE grant and the amazing future it promises for our town.
Hi, I'm Jane Anderson. I'm the Executive Director of the Friends of the River Foundation. I live at 636 East Iron Avenue. I would like to say something about the RAISE grant. We talk about it so glibly that, oh, it's just $22.1 million. I just want to let you know how hard it was to get the RAISE grant. Only 10% of all there's only 10% that get funded. And in the year that we received the RAISE grant, the city, there was only 2 in Kansas. Then I found out later that first-timers never get funded the RAISE grant, and this project was a first-timer in asking for this dollars. These are really precious dollars, and they're very difficult to get. This was highly competitive, and Senator Moran has really helped us all the way with this. I'd like to remind you of the importance of what this actually really means to your community to get federal dollars. You have a senator that's put his name on the line for you, Moran, and his goodwill toward us to do the right thing if we get this RAISE grant. We have an obligation to fulfill that. As I think you all know, we need more federal dollars to come Salina in many different directions. You need to be very careful how you consider glibly thinking you can just say no and not face major consequences later in different asks for other federal dollars. You want Salina to have a very good reputation for handling federal dollars well. Just so you know, I'm very grateful for your patience and thank you for the journey you've been on in this river project, and I'm sure the public has asked you questions about why this hasn't happened yet. I do want you to tell you that we knew fairly quickly that we weren't going to have enough dollars with the sales tax. We have tried very hard to bring in other dollars into this project to help this community and this riverway thrive. So thank you so much for your support of this project, and please, please vote yes for this. We really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Tom Hemmer, 22 Crestview. I moved back here. I grew up in Salina, moved back here in 2002 with my wife and started a family. And among the sacrifices that from moving from Arlington, Virginia to Salina was the lack of a trail system for hiking and biking. In this town, you got kind of a choice. You go out in the country and ride your bike with the grain trucks, or you ride through the neighborhoods of town. But there's not a real good system. And I've always dreamed of a trail system through the old river and revitalizing that river and beautifying it. But then somebody many years ago explained to me just how expensive that would actually be because of the infrastructure improvements that have to be made on all those bridges. And I kind of gave up the idea because it was just going to be far more expensive than we could ever afford to do in our community. And now a combination of factors, including the federal government being drunk on spending, there's actually money available for these kind of things. And I think that there's probably never going to be another window in which a project of this scope could be accomplished in Salina with so few Salina tax dollars involved. And I hope we take advantage of that because I don't think it will be available every year or every decade when we just finally decide we want to do it. So I know it's a great risk, and I know it's a difficult decision because of all the uncertainties, but I encourage the commission to approve.
Anyone else? Anyone online? Well, that's a lot to absorb. And if I can go back through the comments, the one that resonated with me was return on investment. No one expected the downtown investment to be as successful as it was. And, you know, we all get comments about how great it is. But there's a handful of us here in the room that remember when we had an actual river flowing through the city. And the boat docks off 4th Street, and we've all seen pictures, and it's a distant memory. But I spend quite a bit of time out by the river with my dog. And there's a lot of times, there's not a lot of water, but I just like to just pause and watch the water flow. And, you know, I think if we can have that through downtown Salina, it will be just, as was said, another step to move this community forward. So, further comments?
Yeah, I have several. First of all, you guys have no idea how much I wish I was sitting out in the audience with all of you tonight. I hope you understand no matter what decision we make tonight, we're going to be second-guessed by some part of the constituents that we have. Mr. Hemmer said that the federal government's drunk on spending. I'm guessing if we approve this, somebody's on the radio tomorrow morning is going to say that the city of Salina is drunk on spending also. That's just the way it works. I am somewhat frustrated right today, and city manager and I have had numerous conversations about all this here in the last 24, 48 hours because we're given such a short timeline to make a decision on something of this magnitude. I think last week the Friends of the River had a meeting, was notified. I really wish we'd had a study session last week that called a special meeting so we could go through some of the funding mechanisms and how we were going to get to the point we need to be. Being given one evening to make this decision is kind of tough. I do agree that, you know, if you're going to be a community to be talked about, you've got to take a chance. You have to have a vision. I think Salina's done that. When I look at the Stiefel Theater, the downtown, the Field House, you know, we can go on and on. I really think in the long run, not for my generation, but for my children and their children, that the river can be a really big plus to the community. I just hope everyone understands that we're sitting up here talking about a $12 million shortfall that we're aware of that we're going to have to fund, with the potential, if the Corps of Engineers doesn't come through, another $13 million. So it's not an easy decision. I've lost sleep over this because I've got the entire community to think about. it's not easy. I wish we had time to discuss a little more about how we're going to finance this. I mean, we have a $30 million general fund balance. I don't know how much of that's spoken for. I know at one point our target was 10 million. So we talk about taking 5.5. Can we take additional money out of the general fund? Because I really, at this point, really don't want to put more tax burden on property tax. So if we decide to do this, we're going to have some hard conversations as a commission and as a community. So wish there was a way I could mitigate my exposure, but I don't know how to exactly do that. You know, with the increase in cost of everything, it's we hope that the 12 million is sufficient, but we'll know in a few years, won't we?
Well, when I hear everybody in their comments, my heart soars, and I think about all the things that have changed in Salina since I moved back in 2000, and it's just it's tremendous to think about. And this is potentially another step. When I think about the financial component and all the funding mechanisms, my stomach drops. It is, I think what it comes down to is there's a non-quantifiable element to this investment, and that entails quality of life for everybody that lives here and future generations and so forth. And I think it's the right decision, but it is somewhat counterintuitive to the business side of my mind. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around that, but I'll get there.
I think personally this is another defining moment for the city of Salina. This river, it's been a long time. We've been talking about it. I just like to see it happen sometime soon. I too, you know, $12 million is a lot of money. I hope we can come to an agreement, you know, where to get that money from. I don't want to see property taxes go up as much as the next guy, but we'll come up with something.
Yeah, I would. Of course, I moved here in 1999, so I can't say I moved back to Salina. But in the 25 years I've been here, you know, I've seen this city create almost out of nothing a new downtown. We got a medical school downtown. We got a nursing school downtown. The field house came up out of there wasn't much on that lot. We've been creating jobs, housing we're getting a handle on. We're starting neighborhood revitalization. You know, we've been talking about the river for a long time, and I thought all this conversation started soon after I got here. I realized that's a conversation that's been going on probably for a generation and a half. And you talk about sitting around waiting for, you know, fruition of one's dreams. There's some folks who probably put 30 years into trying to get this river restarted. You know, a lot of the things we've built, you can put a fixed dollar amount on. If we didn't have a river and we went out and tried to buy one and put it in, God knows what it would cost. We at least have a channel. We know where it's going to go. And we've got some help with the cost of it. But when you look at the major thrust of our effort over the last several years, it's been housing, jobs, downtown, recreation, and the river. The river's always been in that conversation. We don't have much time to give an answer, but this is not a surprise. It's not like someone came up with the river renewal idea last week. I mean, we've been talking about this for a long time. We knew it was going to get more expensive as time went on. And I think this is just a faith moment. You know, if we truly want to build something that we're going to leave behind, because this is, some of us are going to be too old to go to the dedication ceremony as it is. And if that date goes back any further, we'll definitely need handicap ramps to get there. But, you know, our kids, you know, those kids that all of us have who moved away and swore they're not coming back, that river will go a long way. You know, grandkids, I mean, it's a free 7-mile park, and I guarantee you the biggest detractors tomorrow morning will be the first ones out there enjoying that free 7-mile park. All right, I mean, you just don't get a free 7-mile park with trails, and just something about water flowing by that's very relaxing, very calming. We've been very resourceful in finding money, and we may have to lean back on the, as far as the improvements that go along the river's edge. Salina has shown that it has enough entrepreneurs and folks with enough business sense to make that part of it work. But I think we've got so much built up in anticipation of this. I don't think we can let this opportunity go by. And I really hadn't thought about the consequences of turning down federal money, but I guess you should think twice about doing it. That's a good point to bring up. But this, I won't say this will complete, that crown this image we had for Salina, but it's going to go a long way towards getting us where we want to be. And if the conversation we've had is as pessimistic as we're going to be, I think we're in pretty good shape.
The financial component of this, I think the city's going in the right direction, and it will work out. And that I know that over the past years, there's been a lot of tax abatements for industry that some of those are going to be coming online.
That's true.
That revenue is going to increase. But I can tell you personally, I was not sold on the river project. And, when it was up for a vote, I voted no. But what sold me on it, as I looked further into it, got more involved, is what you see now is just disgusting and embarrassing. And I think as a city, it's something that we need to clean up and make it presentable. As I heard from Sheriff Darrell Wilson one time, lives right in between the two river channels, and he says, when are they going to get this river cleaned up? I'm tired of the stinking mess, and I think we need to do it. Anything else?
Nope.
Bring it back for action.
Mr. Mayor, move to authorize the city manager to sign the U.S. Department of Transportation fiscal year 2022 Rebuilt American Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity Grant Agreement number, hope you already have this written down, 693JJ3244028 for the Old Smoky Hill River Bridge replacement.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to authorize the city manager to sign the U.S. Department of Transportation 2022 Raise Grant Agreement number 693JJ3244028 for the Old Smoky Hill River Bridge replacement. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. We're not done yet.
Mr. Mayor, could we take a 5-minute break?
5-minute break.
Or even 3 minutes is all I need, but 5 minutes.
Make it 5.
We will take a 5-minute break
Thank
and
you.
resume here at 6:57.
Thank you.
Drag my dad out of the river. Okay, we are back in session
Clear that.
after a break, and we are ready for developmental business, no or not?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yes, we are. Developmental business. It's been a long meeting. Item 7.1.
Item 7.1, consider an appeal filed by Galab Hamoud on behalf of VIP Smoke Shop of the denial of conditional use permit application number CU 24-1, requesting approval of an e-cigarette establishment / tobacco shop at 2018 South 9th Street, denied by the Planning Commission on February 20th, 2024.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. This is round 2 of our appeal process that we have for conditional use permit applications. As we indicated, about 90% of conditional use permit applications are dealt with at the Planning Commission level and don't get to the City Commission. But in this particular case, an application was filed to change the use of the former family video store at 2018 South 9th Street to a vape and tobacco shop. We worked with the prospective tenant to get a conditional use permit application filed, and also worked with him on their sign permit applications, and they went before the Planning Commission on February 20th, 2024. And at the close of that public hearing, the Planning Commission voted 3-2 to deny the conditional use permit application, because they thought it would not contribute to the welfare of the public, and they thought having an establishment of that nature at that location would cause injury to surrounding property. On a subsequent item on the same agenda, they voted 4-1 to approve a conditional use permit for a similar use at 2629 Marketplace. After the Planning Commission action, an appeal was filed by Mr. Galab Hamoud on behalf of VIP Smoke Shop, and he claimed in his appeal that the denial of his conditional use permit was unfair because both shops would be selling the same products. And he thought that if the his application was denied because of the health concerns or the fact that there was a perception that vaping was unhealthy, that the product was equally unhealthy at both locations, yet one was approved. So that appeal came before you, and you considered all the evidence and testimony in the minutes of the Planning Commission meeting on March 25th, and you voted unanimously to send the item back to the Planning Commission to have them deliberate and reconsider their decision. And some of the guidance you gave them was an expectation that they be deliberate in their application of the standards for similar applicants, and that they would demonstrate through findings that the denied applicant was unique from other applicants' impact on adjacent property values, welfare, and convenience, noting that the criteria is actually welfare or convenience. So essentially, you asked the Planning Commission to reconsider their decision because they didn't really articulate the reasons that formed the basis for treating the two locations differently. So this was reconsidered by the Planning Commission at their most recent meeting on April the 16th. And there were 7 Planning Commissioners present at that meeting, 3 of which were not present at the first meeting in February. And so after the staff report was presented, comments were made by Mr. Hamoud and comments from interested citizen and discussion and deliberation amongst the commission members. A motion was made and approved to reconsider the February 20th decision and approve the conditional use permit application filed on behalf of VIP Smoke Shop, subject to a list of conditions, and those conditions have been standard on all the vape shops approved in Salina since 2014. And the findings and conclusions in support of that decision are attached to this report. And so I don't believe Mr. Hamoud is here this evening, but I had spoken to him after the Planning Commission meeting, and we agreed to expedite having his appeal heard at this evening's meeting. And so what we're doing this evening is communicating to you the reconsidered decision of the Planning Commission. Their findings and conclusions are 2 pages are attached to your report, and your options this evening, and your decision is final in this case. You could accept the findings and reasoning of the Planning Commission at their April 16th, 2024 decision to recommend approval of this conditional use permit, subject to the 8 conditions that were made a part of their recommendation. You could accept those findings and reasonings of the Planning Commission and approve the application, subject to any additional conditions the City Commission felt were appropriate, or any modifications to the Planning Commission's recommended conditions, or any modifications to the findings that the Planning Commission made that this commission believes is appropriate. Or finally, you could deny the application if you find that the findings required to approve a conditional use permit cannot be made in this case. So your role this evening is to take action that you believe is in the best interest of the neighborhood and community based on the consideration of all the relevant factors. You are acting in a quasi-judicial capacity, just like the Planning Commission was, and so any motion that is made by a commission member should include a recitation of the findings and reasons upon which the motion is based. In the case of the Planning Commission, staff had prepared suggested findings in advance and attached them to their reports, and so in their motion they just referenced the findings that staff had prepared on their behalf. And if you were in agreement with those findings and conclusions, you could just cite those in support of any motion that you made this evening. With that, I'd be happy to address any questions.
Questions?
Just, I didn't want to assume I came up with my own reason, but what's the reason for the, the lighting to be at a level to identify, it's condition number 3. I'm just curious.
Part of that started with the shops downtown and sometimes with the obscured windows, but it just is to allow, in cases where they have lounges or sampling lounges, which some of them like Juicy's do, just to be able to not have to go inside to make sure that there are not people underage or other people in there sampling product.
Okay, thank you.
Questions or comments? Well, I think this was a learning experience for all of us, regardless of our thoughts and opinions, as a matter of fairness.
Yes, and we had quite a bit of discussion at the Planning Commission about the difference of when commissions are acting in a legislative or rulemaking capacity and when they're acting in a capacity to apply existing rules. And so there was a lot of discussion about that at the Planning Commission level.
I was going to make a comment after we voted, but since we're making comments, I suggest that staff has a study session with the Planning Commission to kind of guide them in what their role is as a Planning Commission. Some of the questions and comments made I felt were inappropriate for what the Planning Commission's role is. And I know some of them are new, but I think that's something that they need to be educated on.
We do annual training in the fall, so we will make sure.
Could you come to the podium? Yeah. Sorry.
But, yeah.
Lauren Driscoll, Director of Community Development Services. Dean, his team, my team, our team does training every fall with commissioners, reminding them of their obligation, reminding them of the process, reminding them of many things we spoke about. But I think this is a great example. There's nothing like an example to highlight the practicality of why we teach these things that we will definitely bring to our annual fall training for planning commissioners.
Yeah, because I do realize that a couple of them are new, but again, that's just,
yeah.
It's too bad we had something like this that was, came that soon, but anyway.
I appreciate that feedback. We'll
Yeah.
definitely make sure it gets into their
So,
training. That's typically in August or the first week of September.
I did want to note that we had 2 new appointees to the Planning Commission, and both of them had a 2-hour one-on-one training session with planning staff before they sat for their first meeting. So we do an orientation before people sit for their first meeting.
Any other questions or comments? Any public comment?
Mayor, Commissioners, sorry, I'm a little out of breath. I walked outside and the door was locked behind me. I had to run around the back door. But anyways, looks like I showed up just in time. So I apologize. I missed all of Dean's comments and what it was, but I'm assuming we're on the appeal process for Mr. Hamoud. First of all, I just want to stand in support of his appeal and thank you guys for sending that back to the Planning Commission. I did attend that meeting. I do want to give a real strong thumbs up to Mr. Andrew. I thought he did an excellent job of explaining the difference between acting in a legislative role and acting in a quasi-judicial role. Not sure exactly what he had shared with you guys, but that process was strictly a judicial role and not a legislative. And I know that some of you think, or some of the planning commissioners had thought, well, I don't agree with vaping, and that's really not what it's about. And then one of the members had mentioned that that he didn't like it in the location it was and didn't think it should be a permitted use. Well, the bottom line is that the city commission made that legislative decision when they passed it as a conditional use. If the city commission had deemed that it was not in the welfare of the community, period, we wouldn't have any vape shops because we considered at that time that vaping would be a conditional use, therefore not permitted in that zone or in all zones at that much. So anyway, I just wanted to say that although Dean did a masterful job, I think, of explaining that, for some reason we had 3 votes that completely went sideways on that thing. So again, it's a legislative issue or a judicial issue. The legislation is set what it is. If anybody wants to change that, then they can go through the process of changing that. But I would encourage you guys to kind of be consistent with your last thing. Let this pass through, and let Mr. Hamoud open his business, because it has been since February 20th that he should have been able to kind of move on from that. And I don't know if it's already been done, but if it hasn't been, I hope that the sign permit would be expedited for him. So thank you.
Any other comments or discussion? You have someone online? Bring us back for action.
Okay, Mayor Longbine, I move we accept the findings and reasoning of the Planning Commission and concur with the April 16th, 2024 decision of the Planning Commission to recommend approval of the conditional use permit for the VIP smoke shop filed by Ghalab Hamoud, subject to the 8 conditions made a part of their recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to accept the findings and reasoning of the Planning Commission and concur with the April 16th, 2024 decision of the Planning Commission to recommend approval of the conditional use permit for the VIP smoke shop filed by Ghalab Hamoud, subject to the 8 conditions made part of their recommendation. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. And we're still not done. Item 7.2.
Item 7.2, consider a request from Flint Hills Holdings Group LLC to have the redevelopment of Pioneer President's Place apartments designated by the City Commission as a project of exceptional community significance, making it eligible for a 95% property tax rebate for 15 years, and approve resolution number 24-8203, a resolution of support for Flint Hills Holding Group's application for low-income housing tax credits to help finance the redevelopment of Pioneer President's Place buildings located at 220 South 7th Street.
Ms. Driscoll.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, this evening we're bringing forward to you a request from the new owners of Roosevelt Lincoln Junior High School property that is now currently multifamily property. The new owner, Flint Hill Holding Group LLC, has requested that the project be designated an exceptional community significance project through the Neighborhood Revitalization Program, and for the city to provide a resolution of support for their low-income housing tax credit application to Kansas Housing and Resource Corporation. If this sounds a little familiar, we did talk about a LIHTC application earlier this evening, but we're dealing with both LIHTC in this situation and neighborhood revitalization area. As a reminder, this property is located at 220 South 7th Street and is comprised of two historical school buildings separated by a restored green area. Lincoln School was constructed between 1915 and 1917, and Roosevelt School was constructed between 1920 and 1925. In 2005, there was a rehabilitation project that restored many of the features of the property and turned them into housing for 61 senior units, which is now named Pioneer President's Place. This project did have a neighborhood revitalization program tax rebate on it, but that expired in 2016. As a reminder, the Neighborhood Revitalization Program is a state program that communities like ours can take part in. It was originally adopted by the Kansas legislature in 1994, and it is based on communities identifying very specific neighborhoods in the community that are blighted or need additional reinvestment to kind of bring that up. And by rebating part of those taxes, typically 5 years at 100%, and another 5 years at 50%, so a total of 10 years, they can basically pay that current tax and get a rebate on that improved tax that comes with that. We do have within our ordinance that creates our neighborhood revitalization program something that we call the exceptional community significance component. And that's basically if that project is of an exceptional nature, it can get a greater rebate program for a longer amount of time. So the maximum rate in this situation is 95% rebate for 15 years if the body deems this an exceptional community significance project. There is criteria that should be met in order to receive that designation. That includes provision of a minimum of 50 housing units or 40,000 square feet of commercial space, demonstration of a significant blighting influence on existing buildings and respective properties of the surrounding neighborhood, significant mitigation of blight demonstrated by a minimum project investment of $10 million, preservation and redevelopment of a national, state, or locally designated historic landmark, and demonstrated vacancy of a minimum of 5 years or underutilization for a minimum of 5 years demonstrated by a significantly low level of residential and or retail commercial occupancy, levels of employment per square foot, employment wages, and a variety of other kind of eco-devo requirements that show that that building, that business isn't really producing at its highest and best. So, quickly touching on the low-income housing tax credit that we talked about earlier, that is another state program that offers a reduction in tax liability to an investor in eligible low-income residential housing development. It is a state program. There is an annual adopted plan that has scoring criteria. One of the mandatory application components is a resolution of support from the local governing body. And then the application itself is handled by the developer, turned into the developer, and managed by the developer. So different than a grant or an incentive that we typically do. We're simply acknowledging support of the project in this case. The LIHTC component is very competitive. There's a series of points. So each application is gauged on its relevancy and the scoring matrix that the state has under their plan. So the nature of this current request is that the new owners of Pioneer President Place would like to redevelop that property. There is significant damage in the property and underutilization according to the applicant. There is water damage and several units are not being occupied. You'll see in your packet several pictures showing the condition of the buildings, and many of those have people living in them at this time. They're also noting a new roof, mechanical systems, and full renovation of the interior will be required. In order to apply for these grants, a need assessment was done both for the Theodore Roosevelt Junior High School building and the Lincoln Junior High building. Those needs assessments are noted also in your packet, but identify significant damage and concern to those buildings. Currently, Pioneer President's Place is both income and age restricted, so age restricted of 55 and older. Flint Hills Holding Group is requesting a change to that makeup of the tenants in that apartment by making 40% of them market rate tenants and eliminating the age restrictions. So the other 60% would have income restrictions, no age restrictions. 40% of them would not have income restrictions and not have age restrictions. So the age restriction is not there, but 60% of those will have income on them. Developer noted that the site plan to market they will still market these to the senior community, but it won't be a requirement for being able to apply for a unit. Staff analysis did look at those essential components that I mentioned earlier. So from staff's perspective, at looking at the application and sharing the information with you, the first provision of a minimum of 50 units or 40,000 square feet of commercial space. There are a total of 61 units between the two buildings. Without this rehabilitation project, there's a potential loss of the existing rental units due to repairs. The applicant notes that there are already a handful of units unoccupied because of the poor conditions, and this will only continue. And so their argument is that they are essentially keeping these units in viable shape and then bringing those others that are not habitable back into circulation or rentability. Item 2, demonstration of a significant blighting influence of the existing buildings and respective property on the surrounding neighborhoods. Flint Hills Holding Group is proposing to rehabilitate the deteriorating buildings with several unoccupied units, as I mentioned. Again, those photos are also available in the packet, and the needs assessment, I think, best summarize the concerns under this and the examples of blight in that neighborhood. Significant mitigation of blight demonstrated by a minimum project investment of $10 million is factor number 3. Applicant notes that construction cost for Theodore Roosevelt Junior High School building is projected to exceed $5 million, while costs of the Lincoln Junior High School building are projected to exceed $2 million. Construction costs will include the improvement of general and site-specific conditions, overall architecture, mechanical, electrical, and plumbing components, and specific work to dwelling units. So with those other costs associated with the project, including parking lot updates and other soft costs to be greater than $3 million, the developer estimates that the total project cost, not including land acquisition, will be approximately $15 million. Criteria for preservation and redevelopment of a national, state, and locally designated historic landmark. The Pioneer President's Place building complex was placed on the National Register of Historic Places in 2006. This renovation project will result in preservation and redevelopment of these historic structures, per the applicant. 5, demonstrated vacancy for a minimum of 5 years or underutilization for a minimum of 5 years, demonstrated significant low levels of. The long list of residential, commercial, sales tax, I will spare you all that list. The developer notes the building has been underutilized for the past 3 years with extreme turnover in property management, resulting in low occupancy and a lack of funding for repairs. Developer notes that currently there are 10 units not occupied and 4 units that are not occupied, I think, between those two buildings. So, as I mentioned earlier, applicant notes that there are 6 units that are literally unoccupiable due to their conditions. And then the vacancies between the two buildings are very low due to poor management, as reported by the applicant or developer. The question of LIHTC resolution of support, this is what we talked about earlier. There is a mandatory resolution of support from the local governing body required in their application for the community they plan on doing the project in. Regarding fiscal note, the neighborhood revitalization program, the city of Salina and other taxing entities will forego the increase in property tax revenue attributed to the increase assessed value resulting in those construction improvements for a number of years. If you choose to make them a project of community significance, then we would see a 95% reduction in that improved rate for 15 years. I should note that if you choose not to make them a community significance project, they would still be eligible for regular NRA, but they are seeking this additional level. In 2023, the assessed value of that property was $1,917,560, and total taxes paid were $30,402.30. And the current assessed value of the property in 2024 is projected to be $1,911,770. There is no fiscal requirement or impact from the LIHTC resolution of support. As I mentioned, we don't manage that, and following you adopting that resolution, we should simply share that with the developer, and then they include that in their application. You have two actions before you tonight. The first one is the neighborhood revitalization program component and the request to be an exceptional community significance project. And then you also have the resolution of support. The neighborhood revitalization program is a motion to be made by the body. The first motion you can make is supporting that 95% 15-year tax rebate subject to verification, as noted here, of the $10 million in expenditures. Option 2 through a motion would be the city commission could postpone consideration of this request to a future meeting date to acquire additional information from the applicant or staff. Or option 3, the city commission could decline to designate the proposed redevelopment project as Pioneer President Place being exceptional community significance. This option, if chosen, the proposed project would then not be eligible, would be eligible for the standard rebate and not the enhanced 15-year rebate. So those would be made as a motion, and then the LIHTC resolution of support is similar. You either, 1, choose to support that resolution of support, 2, would postpone, give staff greater direction, or 3, decline that resolution. And staff would note that representatives of the application and developer are online, I believe. And with that, staff is happy to take questions.
So as one elaboration, the motion that we provided you is very specific. It includes that designation is subject to verification of post-designation project investment of $10 million through submission of verified documentation of the actual post-designation expenditures of $10 million, meaning the approval of the city manager or the city manager's designee. So this project is somewhat underway. This would say that they'd have to demonstrate $10 million of expenses from this point forward. You could choose to word it differently, but we crafted that motion for your consideration, thinking that might dial things in as you might expect.
And it's, part of an NRA project is that receipts are turned in to show that you've met the expenditures and things like that. So that's something staff typically does in the administration of this type of incentive.
Questions or comments?
Yeah. My question had nothing to do with approval. Is the building going to be completely emptied and gutted and rebuilt, or unit by unit while people are still living in?
If it's okay, Mr. Mayor, I'd suggest the applicant who's online speak to that.
Curious,
if you're
and
okay.
it's not germane tonight.
That was my question, if residents would be displaced during the renovation.
I think it's worth asking the developer. I think Tony is online, Kirshnick.
Go ahead, sir.
Tony Kresnick, Prairie Village, Kansas. Thank you, Mayor and Commission. Since we do have two buildings here, we would be approaching this in a perfect scenario as one building at a time to minimize displacement. I might also mention that I'm the co-developer and co-owner of Lee Lofts Phase 1 as well as Lee Lofts Phase 2. We also work with the local housing authority, so we are not concerned with significant displacement of tenants through the preservation and making these affordable communities right.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, comment. Don't have this on. I don't have any questions. My comment would be I do believe this project meets the exceptional community significance. One, will continue to collect the current tax we currently do, so the tax rebates just on the incremental increase, the 10 million. I think we've seen what happens to local buildings that we don't support, whether it be St. John's Hospital or the Ambassador Hotel, how quickly they deteriorate. This one, I can't believe how much deterioration there was from the pictures. So yeah, I strongly support this, and we need the house. You know, there's vacant housing sitting there. We need it. So I think we should support the developer, and I appreciate their desire to step in and enhance the property.
I agree wholeheartedly, and this building or buildings kind of remind me of the broken windows theory in terms of neighborhood degradation, and this is kind of the first domino to fall in close proximity to downtown, and it would be a shame to lose that property. I think it's definitely a worthwhile endeavor.
Yeah, that's my feelings too. I am glad someone stepped in because I heard horrific stories when I was on the Housing Authority Board of how far downhill it had went, but it is a building of significant history in Salina that Commissioner Linkowitz probably attended school there, didn't you?
Actually, I was a South kid, if you believe it. I went to the opposite school my dad taught at.
Your dad wouldn't have you, huh?
You know, just
well,
purposely
my
did.
parents went to school there in the 40s, so.
A little frustrating that the first round of tax rebates on this went just basically to nothing, wasted away, but hopefully the new owners will do a little bit better job with it. I'd be in support of it.
Sorry, let me turn my microphone on. It was an extensive project in 2005 that I got here in Salina just as it was wrapping up, but I heard about kind of the significance of it. But then it is unfortunate that it's in the shape that it's in
Got
now.
basically 8 years out of it.
Right. Yep.
Well, one way to look at it is, where would we be if
Yeah.
we hadn't done that? I mean, it's not an ideal situation, but we still have a property on the tax rolls that's worth over $1 million. And I don't know if that'd be the situation if we hadn't done it then. So back to the broken windows theory. So I'm hopeful that this round kind of takes it to that next level.
I tell you, if logic wasn't going to improve this, those pictures certainly would. I mean, it's a project that's needed, particularly for its location. I mean, need something looking good downtown.
Ellen, I like the idea that the owners are really investing in Salina and the partners with the Lee Lofts, that's coming along nice. And
When units are mixed market rate and income qualified, they're just randomly mixed so only the rental agent and the tenant know
No,
for
the
sure.
idea is for them to be mixed and to not be separated.
Mr. Krisnick may be able to speak to that, but their Polar Lofts project in Lawrence, we went and took a look at that as we were working with them on the Lee Lofts, and that was very much the case. They intermixed, you couldn't distinguish one from the other.
And LIHTC requires it. I mean, Tony can correct me if I'm wrong, but LIHTC, the whole principle behind not separating by income is to say that, like, everybody deserves a high-quality place to live. and that it has an overall economic benefit for those people who are, a lot of times at working wage positions, to be able to live near like the downtown or where the work is at, but also to balance that out with those higher rents. So.
Yeah, I think you're right. Really, and I'll be brief. By the way, I can't believe how much you have going on in Salina, and I know you've been here tonight for a while. So, and I'm also in the Leadership Kansas class of 2024. I'm looking forward to coming and seeing you guys late summer. But your staff hit the nail on the head. Really, what we have here is a situation created by the passing of the former owner 3 years ago, constant turnover, a undue restriction on senior housing, 100% affordability, and we're trying to meet the community needs and provide something for everybody. So again, we will market to seniors. We just don't want to turn somebody away because they're 54 years old. We will provide a lot of affordable housing. Probably 60 to 70% of our units will still be affordable. We just don't want to turn somebody away because they made $1 more. And unlike the Polar Lofts or 99% of affordable housing communities in the state of Kansas, this site sits on a lot of acreage. There is a lot of green space to take care of. This site also has 2 elevators that you need to maintain, not one. And that doesn't sound like a lot. An elevator in a property like this could cost $15,000 to $20,000 per year per elevator. Therefore, this project, in my opinion, probably should have originally been underwritten with almost, if not $0 of permanent debt. And that's why we are proposing what we're proposing. We are not asking you to waive permitting fees. Unlike the other project that presented earlier, we are in the preservation set aside. We are not competing against them. What we are looking for is the 95% tax rebate, and we are looking for the issuance of industrial revenue bonds solely so we can save sales tax during the construction period. Thank you for your support.
Any other comments? Any public comment? Bring it back for action.
Mayor Longbind, I move to designate the proposed redevelopment project at Pioneer President's Place as a project of exceptional community significance, making them eligible for an enhanced 95% 15-year property tax rebate, subject to verification of post-designation project investment of $10 million through submission of verified documentation of actual post-designation expenditures of $10 million, meeting the approval of the city manager or the city manager's designee.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to designate the proposed redevelopment project at Pioneer President's Place as a project of exceptional community significance, making them eligible for an enhanced 95% 15-year property tax rebate, subject to verification, post-designation project investment of $10 million through submission of verified documentation and actual post-designation expenditures of $10 million, meeting the approval of the city manager or the city manager's designee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor Longbind, I move we approve resolution number 24-8203, supporting the application for low-income housing tax credits submitted to the State of Kansas Housing Resources Corporation by Flint Hills Holding Group for redevelopment of Pioneer President's Place buildings located at 220 South 7th Street.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 24-8203, supporting the application for low-income housing tax credits submitted to the State of Kansas Housing Resources Corporation by Flint Hills Holding Group for development of Pioneer President's Place buildings located at 220 South 7th. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you, gentlemen. And we are at other business. Does any commissioner have anything they'd like to bring up? Well, I have an item, since we've been talking a lot about history. A little letter here addressed to the mayor's office from Mr. David Davis from Noblesville, Indiana. He had a old postcard of 515 North Santa Fe. He says it's approximately 125 years old.
Wow.
So it was mailed to someone, the 1-cent stamp. So piece of Salina history there. I guess we will see if the museum is interested in this, and we'll preserve that. So thank you, Mr. Davis. Citizens Forum. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes.
Norman Randall, got one item. Atlantic Magazine to stop a shooter. These shootings that you're having at schools and other cities, you're asking too much of law enforcement. The courts have upheld law enforcement doesn't have to accept responsibility. So you're going to have shootings here. You're going to have to give your law enforcement more training. It's going to cost a lot of money. Is it worth it? Read this article. Very interesting. I showed it to Mr. Linkowitz.
Richard Albert Humphrey II, Salina, Kansas. Yeah, so on the upcoming fair housing, obviously not affordable housing seminar, as we know, like property is prosperity. And I believe we can utilize these unique relationships that we have with these out-of-town agents and hopefully boost the community morale through these rent-to-own options and hopefully give the people of this community a chance to prosper. It's tough times, but I feel like we can delegate options for the individual to work for something worth working for. And that's what I have today. I appreciate you guys' all the goods. Thank you.
John Blanchard, once again. First of all, thank you guys, all 5 of you, for your individual comments on the river project. I think they were very thoughtful, and I think it can be sobering but exciting at the same time. So thank you for all your thoughtful comments on that. One thing I wanted to bring up on the housing front is back in 2016, I sent an email to the Planning Commission. I don't know, I think maybe Dean got it, I'm not sure. But it discussed different opportunities that we might have in our existing neighborhoods to do cottage clusters and accessory dwelling units to kind of not only bring up our housing costs, but also to help it make it affordable. Cottage clusters are very popular on the West Coast, Seattle, Portland, those areas. Pasadena started them over a century ago. We're doing cottage clusters. Accessory dwelling units are basically a mother-in-law apartment in the back of somebody's lot. I think if we could get an ordinance put into place there, I think we could help some of our local property investors, but also, a homeowner might say, if I could build an accessory dwelling unit in the backyard, we could move grandma in and, Johnny and his wife can have grandma's house and they'll move back to Salina. So there are a lot of different things that I think we can do to not only provide good, safe housing, but we can make it affordable and we could help restore, strengthen some of our existing neighborhoods. And some of the things that might need to be done to kind of help support that, get an ordinance that allows the smaller housing footprints and allows those accessory dwelling units. But if we could come up with some sort of tax abatement program and special assessment program that would say, look at shared driveways and what you might be able to do with those, look at shared utilities, what you might be able to do with those, and do a program such as maybe a 10-year 100% tax abatement for something like that. Obviously, the building permit's always on the table. It looks like now that having building permits waived is something that's been favorable to this commission. So I think there are just different ways that we can look at doing affordable housing, and that's one of the ones I think that's kind of overdue. Like I said, started talking about it 2016. I sent Spencer Aiken an email about 18 months ago. So to whatever way you guys can influence maybe what kind of happens at the Planning Commission level. At their meeting last time, they talked about a joint meeting with you guys. So if you do have that joint meeting, I hope that maybe some of you will bring that up. Thanks.
Well, I'll say I did inquire about your idea that had a person approach me about building a tiny home, and feedback I got that there's really nothing to stop them from doing that if they find the property. So we have a lot of empty lots scattered through town that I think that's got potential. Anything else? We have an executive session.
How long? 45? You gotta add that up for me. So I can...
You want to round it to
Last time you got me in trouble, bro.
You want to round it to 8:30?
I've got 8:27.
Okay, make sure you think that. Okay. Mayor Longbine, I move the City Commission recess in executive session for 45 minutes to discuss with legal counsel confidential legal considerations relating to the subject of 1, points of negotiation with Salina Destination Development, LLC regarding Phase 2 of the city's multifamily housing project. Number 2, the status of the former Ambassador Hotel property. And 3, the city's purchase of attractive real estate from Corral, LLC, located within the block bounded by 3rd and 4th Streets and Ash and Elm Streets, based upon the need for consultation with an attorney for the public body, which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship pursuant to KSA 75-4319B2. I'm guessing I added a minute to that. We will resume in this room at 8:28.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to recess into executive session for 45 minutes to discuss 3 items of relevance. We will resume in this room at 8:28. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Mayor and Commissioners, attendees in addition to yourselves will include myself, City Legal Counsel Greg Bankson, Deputy City Manager Jacob Wood, Assistant City Manager Sean Hennessy, Director of Community Development Services Lauren Driscoll, and it is possible that you might take action on one of these items when we return.
Mayor and Commissioners, if I may, too, in case anyone wonders if they're watching, we are allowed to group the subjects as long as they are under the same justification. And these all being attorney-client privilege-based discussions is what prompted the grouping and the greater flexibility in terms of how much time each one might take.
Okay. And I might add before we recess, the ladies here with Ambucks, one of them left their green cup under the chair. So. Okay, we are back in session, and we do have action to take on an item.
Mayor, as just a little bit of background, as you recall, we entered into a real estate purchase agreement with Carl, if I'm pronouncing that right, LLC, and it included some provisions about contemplating the need for a Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessment. It did provide us the latitude to extend that time frame for a Phase 2. We have need to do that, so we've suggested to you and have a motion for you to extend that timeline. We would then reach out to the property owner and indicate that's our intent, and if that's agreeable to them, we'll continue. If it's not agreeable, then the contract may no longer be effective, but we have reason to believe that they're motivated to work with us on the Phase 2.
Okay. Any discussion? Entertain a motion to agree to this.
Okay, Mayor Longbine, I move pursuant to Section 6 of the city's real estate purchase agreement with Corral LLC that the due diligence period be extended for the number of days recommended by Dragon Corporation to enable further environmental evaluation, and that staff pursue written confirmation of Corral LLC's agreement with the extended due diligence period.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to pursue Section 6 of the city's real estate purchase agreement with Corral LLC that due diligence period be extended for the number of days recommended by Dragon Corporation to enable further environmental evaluation, and that staff pursue written confirmation of Corral LLC's agreement with the extended due diligence period. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
I move we adjourn.
Second.
So moved and adjourned to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll see you in a couple weeks.